Hey everyone. Hold on, I'm waiting for someone to show up. Then I'll start. Okay, sorry, my headphones just turned off. Yeah, so we're doing this apparently since nobody else is gonna say it, or nobody else who's a woman at least. But hold on just a moment. Um, yeah, this is so ridiculous. I didn't just come out here and say this. And just a minute, I'll be reacting to Katie's VOD, uh, George's VOD, and Dream did at Space recently, which I missed in person, but I do have the recording of, because I think they're all important perspectives to listen to, and of course I have something to say about it as well. Quite a lot actually. But okay, so first of all, I hope uh, some of my friends have seen this. I know you guys ended up making a lot of new accounts initially after the allegation came out, but and yeah, I'm late, like I'm always late, but I hope I'm not too late for you to actually see this because I I truly believe that George did not commit sexual assault and Katie is not a victim. It's and yeah, I'll go through her thought and everything and explain why I feel that way. But and yeah, there's plenty of other men who have said it already, but I think it needs to be said by a woman because nobody's taking it seriously when men are saying it. And it's just fucked up, you know? I procrastinated it for a long time, but I can't just not, I can't just stay silent because it was really fucked up what happened. Uh, George did not deserve that at all. Sorry, I think my audio is fucked. That insane amount of harassment that happened on Twitter, I'm sure most people saw it, but if if not, there was pretty much right after her allegation, or pretty soon after, there was no, he wasn't given time or anything to like defend himself at all. He was immediately pretty much assumed guilty. of a very serious crime that she's accusing him of, and people were saying very extreme things that were there was thousands and thousands of messages telling George to off himself. Basically, I don't think I'm allowed to say the actual word on Twitch. So sorry about the censorship, but that is horrific. That is fucking horrific, and he does not deserve that. I mean, he does not deserve that. So I can't just not speak up. I can't just not speak up. I know it's extremely like controversial, and I don't know what the reaction is I'm gonna get to this, but I don't care. I'm doing it anyways because if I were in that situation and I I would want somebody to speak up for me, somebody who's from the other side, I guess. That makes sense like this. Sorry, I'm fumbling this. I'm literally just making up as I go. I don't have a fucking script or anything. Um, let's see. Yeah, because I did make a lot of friends at that convention, and I saw all of them just kind of leave and make new accounts on Twitter, and I hate that. I don't want to lose all my friends over this, but I'm not gonna lie just to keep my friends. I'm not gonna shut up and just go along with it because it's not fair. It's not fair. Anyways, I suppose I'll just start with Katie's VOD, which I have pulled up here on YouTube. And the VOD for this will be saved as well, so yeah, don't worry about me deleting it or anything. Anything I say, no regrets. I'll own up to it. Let's go. I think I got it split up. I'm just gonna just go at it and start criticizing her because I'm not really like a reaction streamer, whatever. I'm not used to this. Making it up as I go. I barely even know how to stream. Fuck it, let's do it. I'm playing the whole thing in its entirety as well.
Hi mods.
Okay, yeah.
Hi mods. Hi. I love you guys.
So I'm just going to be throughout this describing what I see and what I perceive. Like when I look at this, I'm not saying for a fact I'm correct about any of this, but this is just what I see when I look at this. Um, as another woman as well. I mean, you could say she's pretending, but she really does not look that upset. I know she'll just cry later in the video, but I'm going to talk about that when we get to it. But I think it's very telling the difference between her VOD and Dream's audio space and George's VOD. The difference between who's actually been
Hi chat.
hurt is
Hi.
pretty obvious. Yeah, of course, she can fake it. She can fake a smile and everything. I know that. But to be honest, she really doesn't really
Um.
seem like that good of an actor.
Hi chat. I wanted to talk to you guys about something today. Um. I apologize. Cause it'll probably be a bit hard.
Less than 3.
Um. I won't have the chat on the screen because I can't read it right now. I also turned off all the alerts so I could talk.
Hi, Juice. Thank you for being here. Sorry for streaming so late. Yeah, in case you missed it, I'm reacting to this whole situation. I don't know if you've heard about it. But I'm just giving my thoughts. Um, since I haven't seen any other women reacting to it. And yeah, that's basically it. Don't know what the fuck I'm doing again, but let's keep it going.
I didn't think I would cry.
I'm sorry. Essentially, if you don't know, she essentially has accused another streamer, GeorgeNotFound, of sexual assault, and I'm gonna explain why I think the way I do, but I really think I don't know what her intentions were, but what he did should not be considered sexual assault at all. It's ridiculous to call it sexual assault, and the the reaction he got was just horrific to witness. So yeah, let's continue. This is how VOD where she originally came out with the accusation.
Um, funny enough, I wrote it down because I didn't think I thought I
No,
wouldn't
sorry,
have.
physical. No, she accused him of sexual assault. That's like they were in a hotel room, her and some of her other friends were with, I think it was George Stream and Satnap. I'm not sure there was other people as well, but it was at a VidCon last year. I actually went there, but I had no idea about any of this. Yeah, so she's accusing him of sexual assault, and you can probably tell why I'm say it's ridiculous.
Have anything to say. You know, I thought I'd freeze up when I went live, which I kind of have, but I didn't think I'd cry. I wrote down what I want to say on stream today. I hope that's okay. Because I get really anxious when talking about important things. And I don't want to miss-say anything. And I want to make sure that I'm saying everything I want to. And in order to do that, I wrote it down last night. Because I knew I would be like this. And I knew I wouldn't be able to talk properly. So, I probably won't. I again apologize. I probably won't look up during the stream. I'll be reading on my phone. But I wanted to read this instead of tweet it because I wanted it to come from me, and I want you guys to hear it from me. It's really hard for me to talk about, but I feel like it's important for other people to hear it. I'm sorry, I'm scared. Okay. I'm gonna start reading. Shit, I look a fucking mess.
Okay, so I don't know, I don't want to criticize it too heavily, but why does she? I don't know why she keeps looking up. When she keeps looking up like that, she does that several times. She's like looking at herself in the viewfinder. And I do that a lot, but I mean, when you're talking about something serious, stop like eye fucking yourself, and the the camera stop fucking looking at yourself. She keeps doing that constantly. I don't know if it's just habit or what. I try to give her the benefit of the doubt, but it just keeps looking more ridiculous.
Um, okay.
Like, she drops the mask completely for a second. She doesn't even look
I want to
upset.
start this by saying I wouldn't be here without Shelby. I was ready to disappear with this secret forever. I never knew that creators were allowed to talk about these kinds of things, and I guess I'm still new to it all. I just didn't feel brave enough, and I still don't. But her strength made me feel like it may be okay.
And so right here, context again, she's talking about Shelby, uh, Wilbur. There was a recent thing where she had I don't know exactly what she had accused him of. Uh, in that case, I think the most wrong he did was he had like a biting kink or whatever, and he violated the safe word, which I do think is not okay. But I don't I don't think he should have got as much hate as he got for that. I didn't really even know about that, but I went and looked at it after because she says she was inspired by Shelby to do this, and that's not to blame Shelby at all for this, but yeah, we'll continue on.
A little while ago, my story had almost been leaked without me knowing, so here it is on my terms. Here's my story. Last year, at the beginning of summer, I was assaulted by a significantly older and popular content creator. I was freshly 18 and had just graduated high school a few weeks prior. I was drunk in a hotel room with other people around me when it happened.
Okay, before she gets too much into the story, yeah, she's talking about George. She didn't name him in the VOD, GeorgeNotFound. He is 26. She is 18, but she lied about her age to get into this this hotel, this party or whatever, and she had a wristband around her arm labeling her as older than 21. But regardless of that, he did not make her drink. He did not have sex with her. So she points that out a lot, like she's freshly 18 and everything, but that doesn't really matter. Like, you're over the age of consent. Uh, they were both drunk, and it's not fair to say that only women don't know what they're doing when they're drunk. So,
He was someone I had once watched, and he was 8 years older than me and far more powerful.
I'm so proud of you and your bravery.
so immediately they're so strong, stunning, and brave. Yeah, yeah.
The full story is quite short. It was at a convention in a hotel room. It was my first convention I was invited to.
It's like she's reading this like um somebody who has she's reading like a middle schooler who's been forced to write an essay and present it for her class. I don't know who wrote this. I don't know. I don't think she wrote this honestly because in some of her last posts, I think she's taken a break off the internet, but in some of her last posts, she honestly just does not write that well. And this just sounds like an essay. This like an it's like full of like poetic stuff and everything. It's not really it doesn't come across as genuine to me.
So I stuck by one of my best friends the entire time. I was nervous but excited about it all and felt really grown up. One night we were at a house party when we decided to leave. It was me, my best friend, and her other friend. This other friend was romantically talking to a really big creator at the time. He was also the best friend of my soon to be assaulter. She wanted to go back to his hotel room, but didn't want to go alone, so we went with her. I didn't really mind, as I was up for anything. When we got to the hotel room, it was the creator, the girl was talking to, and his best friend. The
She's
two of
talking
them and
about
the three of
Dream
us.
and George
Not much happened that first night, just some
and her
drinking and
friend.
talking at a
I
table. The
think it
guy's
was Rue.
friend had
I'm
been
not sure
passing
their name.
flirts at me the entire night, but because he was the oldest in the room, we assumed he didn't know my age. Later that night, when I left, I received Instagram DMs from him, and in my Instagram bio, in bold, was my age, 18, confirming he knew how old I was. A few days passed when I found myself in the same situation. Us three were at a party when it got boring, and whether the girl wanted to leave and go to his room, or he asked us to, I cannot remember. Once again, I was drunker than the night before and was willing to go anywhere. I was naive, and so we went back. I remember a friend seeing me in the lobby on the way. They were worried by the way I was acting and asked if I was okay. I was really drunk, and it was an eerie feeling, like they could sense something was wrong, and I wonder what would have happened if I had picked up on it, and if I wasn't drunk, and if I didn't wave it off. But I don't want to dwell on the what ifs. That night, I went.
The thing is, she probably would have been pissed if she'd not done that. I mean, if she'd not gotten to hang out with a popular creator. So I don't know which means she's dwelling on the what ifs. Like, you would have been upset that you didn't get to spend time with this creator you really like. Uh, and then as well, she just does. She sheds a few tears. I do see a few genuine tears, but a lot of it's just kind of pouring at her eyes. I don't even know if she's like fully touching her eyes. Her nose is like not dripping at all. That thing across her nose is not redness. That's makeup. Um, and the tear ducts are connected to the sinuses, so it's kind of hard to actually like be sobbing, crying without your nose dripping and stuff. So I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure if she's like fake crying or anything. I don't know her intentions, but this just looks really staged to me.
Up to his room. Back at the hotel room again were the two friends and us three girls. At the time, all of us girls were already really drunk from the party we were coming from, stumbling and everything. There was more alcohol in the room, and we were encouraged to drink some more as they offered the bottles to us. They said they would join us in drinking and insisted on drinking games, and, already drunk, I obviously complied.
She
We
okay, yeah, she's pulling the drunk card. But the thing is, she she knows her own age, obviously. She knows she's 18. She lied and somehow got this bracelet that said she was over 21 so that she was allowed to drink. She was already drunk before she went to the hotel room, and I don't know how well um yeah, Dream George and whoever else was there knew her and her friends, but I don't see any reason why you'd expect them to know you're not over 21 if you're wearing a wristband that literally says you're 21 and intentionally you've intentionally misrepresented yourself basically. You've lied to get into this party and now you're upset about being drunk and being offered alcohol.
sat on the couch and answered questions about each other, drinking a bunch, and the older guy sat right next to me while playing. I confused my nerves for excitement, as I had never been around such a big creator before. I remember getting drunker and drunker and really tired around this time. It was about 3 a.m. Right before the incident, I had answered a question about my age. We were playing a drinking game and talking about sex, and I admitted to everyone in the room that I was 18 and that I was a virgin at the time. I remember back now to him answering questions during the game about back when he was 19 and when he was in college, noticing how my future was his past, and I wondered how he felt sitting so close to me.
Okay, so I don't know exactly. I wasn't there. I don't know exactly how this went, but she keeps bringing up the age thing, even though it doesn't really matter in regards to like sexual assault because she is legally an adult, so she can't claim the minor card. Um, 18 and 26 is perfectly fine. They didn't they didn't even have sex. They did not have sex. Uh, not even close. And God.
when he was 19 and when he was
Right, so she she kind of just makes these assumptions that everybody in the room is always paying attention to her at every moment. Like, this is a room full of drunk people. Everybody is drunk. And I do know George a bit, and he is very spacey. He doesn't usually pay attention to like anything at all. So if she's saying he should have known her age from her mentioning it once in like a room full of crowded talking people, that's stupid. That's stupid. You can't you have to make it blatantly clear to people if you want to express something. You can't just kind of like murmur it and hope they'll notice. But I expect that she didn't really care that much at the moment. She was kind of just saying it to cover for herself. But
in
yeah,
college, noticing how my future was his past, and I wondered
yes,
how he
George.
felt sitting so close to me.
Yes, George went to college. You have not gone to college. There's no age for at, at which you can you can go to college when you're 80 if you want. There's that does not that doesn't you don't have to go when you're like 18, 19, whatever.
It was a little after that when I resorted to playing games on my phone when it happened. Out of nowhere, I felt him slip his hand under my clothes, sitting next to me on the couch in front of everyone. He disguised it with a simple, "Are you ticklish?" I coughed out a no, still staring at my phone. I was overly aware of the fact that we were in front of other people, the fact that everyone else was sitting around us, watching us, including my best friend, and that his hand was inching further to places I hadn't asked for it to be. He made a game out of my embarrassment where he would touch me in certain areas to make me lose the phone game I was playing. I was scared and I felt sick, either from
Okay, yeah. So she's basically he put his hand around her waist and was like tickling her a bit up as part of the game, and she did not say like stop that or anything, and she meant to be she's in a room full of other people, especially her friends as well, are there with her, watching her, and they say absolutely nothing in the moment. So I don't know, are your friends just like dense, or was it that you didn't really seem uncomfortable in the moment, you know? Because it was afterwards when they texted her and they were like, "Hey, that seemed kind of like sus. Are you okay?" And she even admits in her text that she was fine with it originally. She just regretted it later and is claiming that makes it sexual assault. I'll let her go on.
from the alcohol or from his touch. It didn't matter because my mind, either from the alcohol or playing. I was scared and I felt sick, either from the alcohol or from his touch. It did
So yeah, she simultaneously says at some point like she didn't really know what was happening, but then she recalls exactly what was happening. Um, yeah, I assume if you were that drunk, if you were as drunk as you claim to be, you're probably sick from the alcohol. And and yeah, for context, George is not like she's made him out to be this creepy old man just because he is a bit older than some of the other people in his friend group, but he he does not look like that. He does not look like some creepy old man. He's quite attractive and he looks quite young as well. Like he's admitted to being he gets carded quite often because people think he's not over 21. So there's no reason for her. I'm fairly sure she was attracted to him. Like I mean maybe not, but you know.
Didn't matter because my mind was a blur. I didn't speak or move. I remember being afraid to even breathe. I stayed there for a while, hoping my stillness could make me disappear. I eventually had to stand up after many minutes for it to stop. I was scared to leave or make a scene out of the embarrassment. Eventually, later in the night, I found myself alone with him and his friends. Everyone else either passed out or sick. I dread the scenarios that could have played out that night, the what ifs. I was just so naive and lucky.
Exactly. Like I mean you say it right there. You dread the scenarios that could have happened, but they didn't, did they? You were alone in a room with multiple guys, and that just kind of shows you have no experience with men, Katie. Like you don't understand what men are capable of. And I'll go into that later and give a solid example of that. But she really seems to think she's a lot more mature than she really is because that was that was lucky. You were lucky to you did a stupid thing and you were alone in a room with several several men who also happen to be uh have more power with fame and money, and all you got was tickled and someone's arm around your waist. And when you compare that to like the horrors of what actual predatory men have done to other girls, that's nothing. That is absolutely nothing. And I think it's a disgrace to actual victims of sexual assault to be claiming this as sexual assault. And it's not fair to George. I'm gonna let her
Fear
speak.
not, the night came to an end with just that. The night lasted until 6 a.m. I was still drunk, either from alcohol or tiredness. I went to leave, and the older guy decided to leave with me. We walked to the elevators, where I didn't get on. He then pretended that the elevator was broken and that he couldn't leave, telling me to get in the elevator to prove it was broken. And then after a few minutes, he ended the night with a "guess I'm going now," leaving with a wounded puppy look.
The way she's describing it is absolutely ridiculous. So he, like, jokingly was trying to ask if you wanted to go to the room with him. And when you didn't want to go, he just left. He left you alone. What else have what else do you want him to do? I mean, it's nice of him to even walk you to the elevator. I mean, you don't know who's gonna be lurking around that hallway.
He proceeded to Instagram message me for a bit after that, simple flirting or asking about the next convention I was going to, saying stuff about seeing me there. Simple messages ultimately filtered into nothing. At the time of it all, I convinced myself I was lucky. I was lucky that that had happened to me. I was excited to be.
You convinced yourself? I mean, that's you even have text. She even has text messages. I'll go find them where she says she was, and from the moment where she says she was okay with it, and she felt lucky. Like, what do you mean you convinced yourself? You felt lucky in the moment. That's how you felt in the moment. Once it's over, you don't get to redo the past. You can't rewrite the past and say now that like wasn't okay.
Be around such big creators, to be at that convention in general. I figured that's just how things were, that was the price I had to pay to be there, that anyone would have loved to be in my position, and that I should have appreciated it. It was a first.
Yes, yes, more crying with hardly any tears. I I I really don't want to be like too rude, but it really looks like very ingen. It comes off as very ingenuine to me, and I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt at first and assume she was kind of coerced into feeling this way by her friends, but I I'm really not sure of that right now. It kind of looks like she saw it as an easy way to get attention after seeing that Shelby got attention for her story. And again, not saying Shelby was wrong. I'm not saying anything about that case right now. But she did say she was inspired by Shelby.
That night, it was the first time anyone had ever touched me. I, sh- I, sh- I assured myself that I was just being sensitive about it all, that it wasn't a big deal. But assuring only can go so far. I felt dirty in a way that I couldn't wash off. I couldn't help the way that my body reacted and flinched.
Just constantly rubbing at your
Part of me
eyes,
still wanted to feel
tears.
cool about it all, to convince myself I was
I've
lucky
seen
so I
one
didn't have
tear.
to think about it. I would reimagine the scenario in my head, replaying it again and again. What I could
Nothing
have
from the
done,
nose,
what I
no
could have
dripping.
said instead. But it didn't matter. None of it did. Because he never asked. And that fact would never change, no matter how hard I thought about it.
He never asked.
I didn't have to think about it. I would reimagine the scenario in my head, replaying it again and again. What I could have done, what I could have said instead. But it didn't matter. None of it did. Because he never asked. And that fact would never change, no matter how hard I thought about it.
He never asked if he could put his hand around your waist or tickle you, whatever. That's the thing about this. People are fighting about, oh, it's like a violation of consent, but that it breaks down if you like think about it at all. There's okay, yeah, so it's a thing of does the person know what they're doing, and it's generally considered. I don't really want to say it, but like men know what they're doing, and women don't know what they're doing, and when drunk, that applies. It's there's even an understandard for alcohol that like crosses with that as well. Like you know, you know what you're doing when you drunk drive and you like kill somebody, but you don't know what you're doing if you hook up while drunk. I mean, there's not even this even applies to alcohol as well. Like this is just, I think this comes a lot from being chronically online and never having actually experienced real life. Because I mean, the I consent and yes, I also consent is it might that model might work online, but it it doesn't work in real life. That's not how it happens. if if that's how it was in real life, then pretty much like all college students are, yeah, like I don't know if I'm allowed to say this word or not. uh, have committed like sexual assault at the very least. Because they're constantly drunk, they're constantly having sex. It's it's kind of like you can't use these sort of labels as well. Like as with the intoxication, what counts as intoxication? I mean, of course you've got alcohol, but there are countless other drugs and medicines that, like alcohol is a drug. If you're, say if you're taking Adderall, I take Adderall, it increases sex drive. Is that, am I responsible if I have a hookup with that and I regret it later? Because that's technically intoxication as well. So
I changed after that. I believed life
yeah, they
wasn't
were both
fair. I
drinking.
was naive, and maybe sometimes to a fault, but I could only wish it lasted longer. I miss not knowing. I used to be kind. I'm angry a lot of the time now at that person, at myself, at the fact that a year later I can feel my heartbeat stop at the sight of him, and he probably couldn't even make out my face in a crowd. I can't stop thinking about who I was before it all, who I'll never be again, and how some things you can't undo no matter how hard you try.
He put his hand around your waist. It's not that bad. Oh my god. I mean, if she actually feels bad about it and isn't just faking for attention, then she seriously needs like therapy or just like to get out and stay off the internet for a while because that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous, especially to try and ruin someone's life, ruin somebody's entire career over somebody's hand around your waist. It's stupid.
I never said anything out of pure embarrassment. I was embarrassed it happened, and I was afraid to look weak or to show that it hurt me. But I realize now that I don't think being hurt makes you weak. I think it's strong to feel things that have hurt you and then to still choose to feel nonetheless. I was scared to speak out because I thought it was
What
my
is
fault.
with the poetry? What is with the fucking poetry? Nobody. all they. Yeah, Dream and George both did like verbal responses and um or streamed responses. There, there's no poetry in theirs. It's just them speaking, which is why it feels very deceptive, Katie. Like, who wrote this? Who wrote this story for you? Who wrote this out for you to make it sound as dramatic as possible?
Fault and that I didn't deserve to. I was scared of him and all of those who surrounded him. I was scared of his power. I was scared I was mistaken, remembering wrong. I hoped I was remembering wrong. I was scared to go to any more conventions on the chance that I'd see him again. I never thought I'd be strong enough to talk about it, or for what may follow. I'm haunted by him everywhere, in usernames, profile pictures, in my own past. I lost the passion I once had for content, for anything really. The association never went away. All the
She's been creating content since then. This was last year. She's been creating content. I mean, maybe it's not passionate like she describes, but yeah, I've seen one of the victims, like an actual victim, has acted like, and she does not like she does not act like an actual victim.
years I spent creating this community felt like a
I'm
waste
just gonna say it
because
bluntly,
of
because
one day.
I don't give a fuck.
I didn't even want to log on to this app. All over something that I never asked for. I can't help but feel
Never
angrier
asked
all the
for.
time.
You didn't
Seeing the love I had once.
you deny it though. The thing is, if you are uncomfortable, you can't just expect people to read your mind because yeah, not everyone's gonna know everything. Not everybody's always like completely focused on you trying to figure out exactly what you're thinking. If you are uncomfortable, you have to express that. And if you didn't for whatever reason, that is on you. You can't blame him. You can't blame George for not reading your mind and knowing if you were uncomfortable, which I don't believe you were. But go on.
Had for creation before it happened. I tried to forget it all and ignore it until it resurfaced as a fresh cut. I remember a moment around October where I made a comment about a certain group abusing power over minors in their DMs, saying they had minors in their DMs. It was an absent-minded comment, and I apologized for it, of course. It was a possible subconscious jab out of my own personal resentment. My comments filled.
So this phrase back, I have not gone to Dream's response yet, but this kind of shows she did subconsciously hate him and his friends after this, and a Dream just kind of like gets gaslit and doesn't realize it's happening. But they they probably did hate. I don't know the exact reason, but after this, I feel like they probably felt they didn't get enough attention or something, and from these content creators felt rejected and started to hate them, and probably encouraged by her friends, she decided to go and make this accusation. But I'm just speculating. I don't know anything.
With people saying that I didn't care about grooming victims and that I thought assault was a joke. And I remember sitting there, reading the comments,
You do, you
scrolling
make it
over
look
and
like a
over
joke.
again, heart beating faster.
Acting like a fucking clown.
Over half of the comments had him as their profile picture.
You see the thing she does too, she keeps touching her face, which is not even like, I don't, she just like keeps touching her face like that, and sometimes, yeah, touching the face can be a natural part of when you're genuinely crying, but she's not even like wiping away tears. She's just like kind of covering her face, which is not really a natural response when you're trying to show emotion, show genuine emotion at least.
I just wanted to die. I was embarrassed of myself and I was angry and I wondered if I could ever find peace. The idea of will I ever heal, it's scary. But I was tired of withholding my.
Imagine just staring off into space for a second.
The idea of will I ever heal.
Yeah, the emotion just completely stops. I mean, that's not really. That's not what you do when you're feeling genuinely emotional. It's like a continuous thing. It doesn't just stop like that. That's kind of like her letting the mask drop. That's what I see at least.
It's scary. but I was tired of withholding my story to protect myself. I had spent so long convincing myself it was my fault, or that I was just a coward. I just wanted to disappear, but I didn't, because I realized that this is a problem bigger than me. It may sound dramatic, but it's how I felt for over a year. I feel everything very strongly, and I don't want that to change. It was a big deal to me, and I spent too much time downplaying my own experiences, and I still do. I'm still trying to realize that it's okay. My story is about power and age and consent. It pisses me off that they can hide behind their power while victims are left helpless no matter what scenario. It pisses me off that he thought he had the right to do what he did, that he did it even in my silence.
It's ridiculous. I already said that if you're uncomfortable, speak up. You need to speak up. I know it's hard, but you have to speak up and set your boundaries because you can't expect people to just magically know your boundaries. Uh, yeah. Let me switch that again about it.
That he thought he had the right to do what he did.
You you pretty much. Yeah, I don't know. I went over this already. I mean, there's so many other forms of consent. There's non-verbal consent is pretty much was mostly used during sexual encounters. Um, so when you treat it like it was the right to, like he forced you or anything, you probably had the option to say no. You said later that you had the option to leave, you had the option to stand up and move away from him. Uh, all your friends were there, and nobody thought you were acting weird. I just don't believe her.
That he did it even in my silence. My biggest fears about speaking out was you guys. I wanted to keep my community safe from what may follow, and also, most importantly, from the ugly truth of life. I promised with you guys to be
Keeping it safe from the ugly truth of life? You don't know the ugly truth of life, Katie. Katie, if you think somebody tickling you and putting their hands around your waist when you guys are like cuddling is the ugly truth of life, then you've got a lot of hard lessons to learn. And I don't want for you to have to learn that like firsthand, but you need to like educate yourself and understand because this is an extreme exaggeration of the ugly truths of life.
open and honest all the time. I know, but I didn't want to break up what we had. I wanted to stay strong for you guys. I didn't want this to define me or my community or all we've worked for. I didn't want it to all be overshadowed by one event. But once again, this isn't about me. This isn't about drama. This is about everyone who's
Sure.
watching that is like me. This isn't about canceling. This is about real people's lives. I live this every night and every morning. With every touch, I relive that room. It's about connections.
He put his hand around your waist, Katie. It's not that bad. You're the one who's claiming to have to live with that every day, the trauma of that. What about George? I mean, what about what you incited everyone to go attack him like that? Do you think that's not traumatic to him? That's extremely traumatic. That was an extremely serious situation, and you did nothing to stop it. You allowed it to happen. I mean, I don't know that it was your intention for all those people to tell him to go off himself, but that was absolutely horrific to see, and you should be saying that more about him more than yourself.
One of my best friends, Rue, and I have bonded over similar experiences, and I'm sure there's many others like us. I'm lucky enough to be surrounded by friends who support me. Without them, I wouldn't be half as strong, and I wouldn't be here saying all this. You don't have to believe me or my story, because I know the truth, and so does he. He knows. And I have creators and friends.
Why do you have to read off a script then? Just talk about it. It wasn't that long ago.
That also know, and some who were there.
Yeah, and there were lots of creators who, other creators who were there, and they're sharing a completely different perspective than yours. So, who are you meant to believe? I mean, I'll do George's next, and then Dreams. I'll see. I might bring up his screenshots as well.
This is about realizations. I was once a viewer, and now I'm a creator. I spent so long looking up to creators that I didn't know, who I had never met, aspiring to be a part of a behind the scenes that I didn't understand yet. Sometimes I wish back to when I was unknowingly looking from the outside. I now have a ruined perception, or rather a truthful one. In this community, a lot of us are told to remain silent and to bite our tongues, and those who speak out against it are often isolated. And that's wrong. It's all wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong to tell people not to speak out. That's exactly what people are kind of doing right now. That's why I'm defending George, because there's no other woman doing it. Uh, and that's not particularly her fault, but everyone deserves to have someone to defend them, you know?
But
So shoot.
most importantly, this is about my story and the stories of all the other people who have been silenced, whether it's by their own fear, by power, by this idea that it's not significant enough. Because if it's affected you, it's significant enough.
No, no, that's not true. Because you can be offended by literally anything. The definition of sexual assault is so wide that you can consider nearly nearly anything sexual assault. I mean, you can consider giving your grandmother a hug a sexual assault. That is that is how wide the definition is. But the thing is, if she were, there's a reason she went to the internet with this instead of the police. It's because if she had gone to police with this, they'd have laughed in her face because this is ridiculous. They've seen actual people, actual victims of sexual assault. This does. You could technically define this as sexual assault if you really wanted to twist it that the definition, but this is not sexual assault.
This is
You're not
also
a
about all
victim.
the asexual people out there who are surrounded by a world where you're wanted for your body. I grew tired of not being able to speak out about my own story, and if it wasn't for Shelby, I would have never realized my silence was bringing me everything except peace.
So yeah, I guess she's asexual. I don't know if she was just saying that about Shelby or confirming it, but nobody forced you to have sex. Nobody forced you to do anything. Um, yeah, nobody forced you to do anything, Katie.
I experienced firsthand what the power of speaking out can do to a person. I hope this can be of some help to those of you who are like me too, because we aren't defined by what has happened to us. I want to remind you all that it's also okay if you don't speak out, because you don't owe anybody anything. It's your story. It's your story to tell, and it's yours to heal from. And it's only yours.
I agree with.
Sometimes the most healing treatment in the world is simply realizing that you're not alone in your own experiences.
I agree with that, but she needs to be more responsible with her words, because just as she's accusing, like, oh, George should be completely aware of every sort of power dynamic he has over her, she has the power to incite a mob against him with just her words because she is a woman, and she doesn't know that, so it's pretty hypocritical. Or if she did know, I mean, then that's just malicious. But I don't think she knows just by the way she acts. It was just, I think it was just a stupid decision she made. Sorry, my mic's not loud enough. Fuck, I hope that was.
To end, I wanted to share a diary entry I wrote around the time because I feel it was more fresh, and this may help people who it's still fresh for them, or it also just may be clearer to how I was feeling, because I wrote it in my diary, obviously.
And just sorry, this is probably gonna take a few hours. Don't you don't have to stay for the whole stream, but yeah, this is probably gonna take a while.
This isn't really poetic. It's not poetic at all,
So I
actually.
just haven't said anything.
Quite
Haven't
ugly.
formed an opinion yet. Okay, yeah, that's good. I've just got a lot
Around
to
half
say.
a year ago, I was sexually assaulted by someone 8 years older than me. A black and gray striped long sleeve, Nike shorts, a Calvin Klein sports bra. That's what I was wearing. That outfit, it stained on me. They knew that I was freshly 18, and they
You're
also
wearing
knew
what?
Calvin Klein sports bra. A black and gray year ago, I was sexually assaulted by someone 8 years older than me. A black and gray striped long sleeve, Nike shorts.
Okay, yeah, so she said he slipped his hands under her shirt. It did not grip her breast or anything, just had it around her waist. But it was underneath the shirt, which you can really consider any type of touch sexual, but nothing. Yeah, no breasts or genitals were groped.
Calvin Klein sports bra. That's what I was wearing. That outfit, it stained on me. They knew that I was freshly 18, and they also knew I was very drunk. I second guessed myself all the time, remembering back. Was he drunk too when he slipped his hand under my shirt in front of everyone in the room? Was it this drunkenness that whispered?
Yes, he was drunk. You know he was drunk. You said he was drunk. You said everybody was drunk.
To me as an unwelcomed warmth that prickled along my neck? Or was it rather this fake intoxication that allowed it to stay there as I sat silently, unmoving? At the beginning, I began to sympathize with him. I technically never said no, I suppose, but I never said yes. Time froze. Maybe
Yeah,
I
that
thought I could turn
doesn't
invisible
work
if
in
I
real
was still.
life. Maybe on the internet, but that's not how it goes in real life.
Real then. I had just met him. I should have been more grateful. Maybe I still had some hope in the world. Maybe I just haven't met the world yet. You're lucky to be next to him. So many people would have traded me places. I wonder how many have. I remembered his age. I wondered where I would be at 26. I blamed myself for all the things I could have done. I really did. I convinced myself I was lucky. I let half a year pass.
You admit you thought you were lucky in the moment. You cannot change your mind later and prosecute somebody for regretting it. This is not how it works.
Why it's now that I still cry myself to sleep imagining it. Why it's now that no matter how many times I wash, I still feel dirty. Why is it that to him I'm a faint memory, but he haunts mine? It's not fair. I was kind in this world and it was not fair to me. I stay up cursing it. Power. He has so much more than me. Protection. It's unfair. It's unfair he can do that, and it's unsafe for me to talk about it. Why, in order to have a peace of mind, do I have to threaten all I've worked for? I've never been one to be bold, so why do I have to feel guilty for staying silent? I feel weak for what happened to me and even weaker for not yelling it out, from hiding from it. I don't want attention. I want to disappear. I wish I never had to be seen again.
All this stuff she's saying, I know it's meant to be written from the point of view of a victim, but this is probably exactly how George feels after this. I know men are like taught it's not okay to be like a victim, but men can be victims too, and there's they shouldn't be ashamed of that. They shouldn't. I think it's terrible that they're shamed for when they've actually been violated, and that people just kind of laugh it off and say nobody gives a fuck.
Worked for it.
But
I've never
yeah.
been one fair. It's unfair.
So
He has
yeah,
so much more than me. Protection. It's unfair. It's unfair he can do that, and it's unsafe for me to talk about it. Why, in order to have a peace of mind, do I have to threaten all I've worked for? I've never been one to be bold, so why do I have to feel guilty for staying silent? I feel
that is exactly how George feels right now. I guarantee you, because he's not allowed to say anything, and I'll get to Dream's like response later, but it is absolutely heartbreaking to hear. And yeah,
weak
she's
for what
almost done.
happened to me and even weaker for not yelling it out, from hiding from it. I don't want attention. I want to disappear. I wish I never had to be seen again. And as soon as I do speak out of it, I'm seen different. Speak out about it, I'm seen different. I'm seen as a person with a body that can be used and used in bad ways. In reality, I never wanted it. I'm painted a victim of a crime that I never chose. And what happens when it's all I'm seen as? What do I do then? When half echo on about proof or disbelief, the other half will pity me, looking at me like I'm wounded prey. When do I get my dignity back? When I watched it be ripped from me when I was too young to recognize it.
I mean, yeah, congratulations. Most of that has you've just spoken for George, so he doesn't have to actually say it. You really come off as the predator here, Katie, and it's I'm just absolutely disgusted by this and how it's been. People just continue to fuel it because she's a woman.
What? Oh God.
And she's not even crying anymore. She's
I
not even
don't
bothering
want
to
to be the
cry.
brave one, but I will. What are consequences to someone who has no
Just doing that
conscience?
every once in a
I'll
while.
never find the peace. I can't get it out of my head. Will I learn to live with the pain I faced? How does one accept peace on their own terms? Is one defined by what's been done to them? Is this a forgiving world? Because I hope it's not. I hope for every touch unasked for and every person belonging to that touch rots in this world unforgiven. I'm very angry and I don't want to be an angry person. I can't help but feel like it changed me and I had no control over it, and I get angry again and I try to be kind and believe in a kind world, but a lot of it feels cruel.
You don't sound very angry, Katie.
My kindness never brought me strength. Not now. Not even anger can. I'm always losing and I don't find it fair. How something can eat away at me this long. Why can I forget everything but that moment, no matter how hard I try? I get mad at myself for making a big deal about it, but it was. I guess I can't change how things affect me. And I wonder why. I wonder why every touch is a bad one. I wonder if the world's so kind, why can't I experience its kindness? I wonder if I'll experience anything soft like that. I'm embarrassed. I'm tired. That's it. Which it was a lot of what I already said, but at least in that moment it was more fresh. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what I'm gonna do after this. I didn't really think it through that much, but I knew it was important.
You didn't think it through before making a serious allegation like that? You should. You really should. You should think about that. That's not just that's serious. It has a serious consequence. Somebody else's life. You need to think.
Again, this
Fuck's
isn't
sake.
about drama or about any of that. It's about a real story. It's about everyone like me who was silenced, who is still silenced. I love you guys. I hope you guys stay safe. I hope nothing bad happens to you guys. I might be gone for a little bit, but I don't want this to stop me because it's just something that happened to me. That's it. And yeah. I love you guys. I think I'm gonna go. I really hope this can help someone. That's all I care about. I want you guys to know it's okay to hurt. And I hope, even if you've been hurt in your past, and no matter how many times you hurt, you still find room in your heart to love. And I hope you experience love. Because you deserve it. Okay, I'm gonna end now. I really want to thank my mods for helping me during the stream. And I hope you guys stay well too.
Yeah, it's okay to feel hurt, but it's not okay to go around and
This was one of my favorite things
no,
I've
no,
ever.
don't do that, don't do that. Yeah, go around and make just accusations like that because those are harmful as well. It's irresponsible, and I know she's young, but she's an adult. She has a platform. Uh, anyway, um, I'm gonna play George's response, and for more context after this, this was mainly on Twitter. Right after she said this, so she did not name George in the video, but he's pretty much the only content creator in that circle is who yeah, you can use his age as an identifier. So she pretty much said it was him without naming him, so that she didn't really have to directly take responsibility. But of course, her followers quickly figured it out, and went. And I think they just. I don't remember exactly how long it was. I remember they started. I think it was like a few hours afterward. It was just spreading. I didn't really look like a big thing. I didn't even know who it was about. Georgia stated he didn't even know it was about him when he was watching this video. And yeah, basically everyone, it snowballed so fast. And I don't know if I can find the tweets are still there or if people have deleted them. I'll see if I can find them. But it snowballed so fast into just her word, them finding out who she was talking about, a very brief period of like, oh wow, this is like awful, he's an awful person, and then extremely fast escalated into you like telling him to rot in hell and so many people telling him to off himself just after and saying he should die for this. That is insane. And that's why I have such a problem with it. That is insane, and it's because it's because he's a man. It's biased. They're screaming support victims, support victims. There's no proof. You have to have proof when you make such a serious allegation like that. You can't just skip the entire trial process. As well, they were immediately demanding that George respond, and he initially kind of caved, and he made a tweet saying he would stream and talk about it. But I'm sure he talked with his friends and realized that was a very bad idea because everybody was waiting just for him to say one wrong word that they could twist and use it to justify that. Oh yeah, he admitted it, and he admitted to doing it. But regardless, even if you consider that what he did sexual assault, is that really worthy of, is the punishment for that really like death? Is that a good punishment? I think that's an insane punishment for that. I mean, putting his hand around her waist, that's just you know.
He did not feel comfortable doing it live.
Sorry. Sorry, I always watch videos in double speed. Yeah, so this is George's response. No, I think he did pre-record it so that um yeah, because if he slips up, then he's gonna get crucified. But he doesn't normally look like this. He looks like he's probably crying. He's distraught, and I don't mean to say that to shame him or anything, because I know men like they're not supposed to cry, but he seems really really upset about this.
All right, hey guys.
And yeah, I'll talk about more about how I personally know him as well. Um, After this.
I want to start off this stream by saying that this stream is completely demonetized. I've turned off ads. I've turned off donations.
See, nothing there
However, I
compared to
cannot turn off
Katie.
subs.
She had
but
her stuff still
don't
there.
sub. But
Donations on.
regardless, any sub money that is generated during
taking
the
this
stream,
seriously.
I will donate to charity. In this stream, I'm going to be talking about some very serious topics, including assault, abuse, and things of sexual nature. So if any of these are triggering topics for you, please be aware of that and be cautious. Recently, a streamer named Katiebugs went live and told a story involving me about sexual assault. So in this stream, I'm going to be addressing it. I was originally planning on doing this all live, and that's why I originally tweeted saying that I would be live the day that it happened, but I simply did not feel comfortable doing it live and needed to make sure that I had all the details in place and just wanted to make sure it was all perfect as it happened. So today I sat down, talked straight into this camera, laid out all my thoughts, and then essentially just edited out the blank spaces where I was sitting here thinking about what to say, and then also added some screenshots for context. And I'm going to be playing that video now. I'm going to be telling the whole story, so it might not seem like everything is completely relevant, but
I don't know if he added her screenshots, but if not, she didn't add them in her VOD, so I will see if I can find those on Twitter if he's not put them here.
Do need to tell the whole story for it to make sense and to fully inform you guys. So please watch the video in its entirety before forming opinions, as this is very important. Finally, before I play the video, do not send hate to Katie. That is not the goal of this, and I do not want you guys doing that. So, let's play the video. See you later, guys. Okay, so this is my side of the story of the 2 times that I ever interacted with Katie Bugs in real life. So the first time that I met her, it was in Dream's hotel room at VidCon. To give context about Dream's hotel room, essentially it was a bigger room than average. It's not just a bed in a room like a typical hotel room is. Essentially it's there was a living room, there was a table, and the bedroom was kind of separated from it. And for this reason, we used his hotel room essentially as a place where all of our friends could hang out in. VidCon is a 4-day long event, so we actually used it quite frequently throughout these 4 days. And we had creators, friends in and out of this room throughout the whole event. Now, the first night that I actually met Katie, I was with Dream in his hotel room, and Dream was in a group chat with 5 other people. These 5 people included Katie Bugs, her best friend, and 3 other of her friends. Now, these 5 people, they were at an official VidCon after party, and they wanted Dream to go meet up with them and hang out with them. But Dream actually didn't want to hang out with them, and the reason is because at the time he was wearing his Dream mask a lot, and he felt uncomfortable wearing it because it's a whole mask on your face. So he just didn't want to go to the party particularly. He even suggested that they shouldn't come because he was assuming that they were having more fun where they were. They reassured him that that wasn't the case. They were bored and they wanted him to come. So now these 5 people are trying to come to the hotel, but the problem with that is to get into the that wasn't the case. They were bored and
yeah, ghosting Katie having fun, not really. Redacted, would it be okay if we come over? So they want to ask to come over.
They wanted him to come. So now these 5 people are trying to come to the hotel, but the problem with that is to get into the hotel, you need to have a VidCon creator badge. And only 2 of the people in the group chat actually had this badge. That was Katie and her best friend. So eventually what happened is Katie and 2 of her other friends came to Dream's hotel room. This was my first time actually meeting them in real life. I didn't even know who they were before meeting them. And then we essentially just were playing drinking games in the hotel room. We were just having fun, talking with each other. Nothing crazy in particular. Now, one thing Katie said retrospectively, looking back at the scenario, is that I was flirting with her throughout the night and that she was uncomfortable with this because of our age difference. At the time, she was 18 and I was 26. She actually assumed I didn't know her age because she had never said it. But then later, I had actually DM'd her on Instagram. And because of this, she says that it is confirmed that I know her age. To give some context to this scenario and to why I didn't know her age, my perspective of things is that I am with people that are over the age of 21 in a scenario where we are doing things that people that are over the age of 21 are doing, like drinking. And also the people that came from an event where they had very heavy security. This was an official VidCon after party, and with previous VidCon after parties, I even had problems getting into these events. There was one time where they didn't let me in because they couldn't confirm the legitimacy of my UK ID. They said they weren't trained to look at foreign IDs. So they didn't even let me in despite me being 26 at the time. And also since Katie's stream, I've gone back and reviewed texts from the time, and there was actually a picture where it was shown that they had this 21 plus wristband on.
Just see that right there? She went in wearing that. She was wearing it all night, and yet she's saying, oh, he should have known I was actually 18. You've labeled yourself as 21 plus, and I don't know what she did to get this wristband, but she can't use the oh, they were giving me alcohol or whatever when I was under the legal drinking age, when she was the one who lied about her age, like to get this bracelet. I don't know if she used a fake ID. I don't know if she just like was able to convince the person giving them out, or got one from somebody else. But nevertheless, she chose to wear this bracelet that said she is over 21. That is the most like blatant, and that she used it to get drunk as well, underage drunk, which is illegal. So um, I don't know what she's I don't know why she's even saying that or admitting to that. But why would she expect? I don't know why she expects George to basically be aware of everything all the time. I know I don't really check people's bios. Like I just if I'm trying to message you, like if you tell me to message you, I'm just gonna go message you. I'm not gonna go inspect your profile first. So I don't know why she would expect him to do that, or why she would even expect him to doubt that what she had presented on her wrist was false. She's basically upset with him for trusting her, that she was representing herself accurately.
One of their wrists. So from my perspective, it's a bunch of 21-plus-year-olds hanging out. I have no reason to think otherwise, other than her Instagram bio, but I just didn't see it. But anyway, nothing actually particularly happened at this first night that we were hanging out. Everything was very friendly. We went our separate ways, and that's the end of the first night. And then the second time that we hung out was the next night after this. So we wake up the next day, we do VidCon stuff. After we're done, that's the final day of VidCon. So VidCon is now technically over, but we have one more night in the hotel before we need to leave the next morning. And actually at this point, I actually had a friend that I had only known online meet up with me for the first time. And the whole time I'd known him, he lived in a different country. He was actually living in Japan. And I had told him I was going to VidCon, and he actually just happened to be in California at the same date, so the dates aligned, and we made plans to meet up. Now, he arrived early evening, I think it was around 5, 6 p.m. We were just hanging out in my room. Dream messaged me, "I'm bored. Can you come to my room? Let's hang out," essentially. That's what we did. Me and my friend that I just met physically.
So we can do something else right now. I have a friend with me, Japanese TeamSpeak law. I don't know that means what we do. Meet with now, just my friends in my room. Yeah, come to mine. Okay, yeah. So Dream invited George and his other guy friend to their room. So I guess that's one of the other guys that was in the room.
I mean, I knew him online. Went up to Dream's room and we were hanging out. And again, the same scenario happens from the night before. They are trying to get him to go out to another party that they were at, and same story. Dream didn't want to go, but was open to them coming here.
So, Clay, I can't believe you didn't come. This is devastating. So there's. Oh yeah, I think he's talking about. Dream has quite a lot of people who likes to hate on him. Uh, so I understand why he's quite paranoid. He didn't really want to go to a lot of events, even when the times I met him, he was quite like shy and reserved. So I didn't try to interact with him too much. Um, just because I didn't want to like bother him any further or make him any more anxious.
And again, that is what happened. But this time, their friends were actually all able to get in. I don't know how they did it, but Katie, her best friend, and 3 other of her friends ended up coming to the room, which had me, Dream, and my online friend that I just met. So 8 people total in this room at this point. This night was very similar to the one before.
Yeah. So they somehow, I don't know how, managed to get false false bracelets that represent them as being different age.
We were just hanging out, playing games, drinking, and just having a good time. So something I actually want to point out before I continue with the rest of the story is the way that she phrases some things in her story. Instead of saying that her and the rest of her friends actually wanted to come to the hotel to hang out with us, she said that one friend was invited by Dream, but she didn't want to go alone. So then they decided to go along with her because they were willing to go anywhere. I just think it's important to note already that
whose texts these are for, but you guys should not have been swapping
The story
passes.
is slightly different from
You
the reality of it,
they've
and
removed the barriers. So bad what we're doing. We gotta speak it's for us to get them in. Yeah, I don't know who these
mentioning this a few more times throughout the rest of the story. You can see in these screenshots from the text at the time that
Okay, yeah,
they
those
were all
are
trying to come
friends, me and Katie coming to the Hyatt. There was a hotel they were staying at. Okay, I think this is Katie because she was taking an Uber. 13 minutes. Our guy is speeding. You guys are doing the parking. You guys are going to the parking lots where we discreetly give you a pass. Yeah, are these George's texts or I don't even know. I'm having one of my guys come out, meet you, give her a pass, and walk all in so no one notice her. Okay, so it seems like his friend group was trying to sneak her friend group in. I don't know if these are George's texts. These don't really look like his, but uh yeah, no, they should not have been doing that, of course, but let's
to the hotel, and it wasn't just oh, we're willing to follow her. Essentially, they were all in the group chat and part of the discussion to go to the hotel. I also chose to mention my online friend. It doesn't really add to the story, but she never mentioned him or the eighth person that she brought with. So I'm just saying it because that's how it
should not
happened,
actually mention the
and
sixth, seventh,
I
or
want to
eighth
make sure the
person.
story is straight. Another thing that she talks about is how we insisted that she drinks more and that we insisted on playing drinking games when this isn't the case. Again, they had already been drinking at this party before they arrived to the hotel room, and they had also been the ones that were asking to play the drinking games. So instead of us insisting that we play it, they were actually the ones that were asking us. And you can see that in the screenshots here. They had actually texted multiple times,
Let's say
specifically once.
Clio is an app you're using for the most likely to game. It's my secret app that you can only access on my phone. You know. Wow. Should I fuck up? I'll find it. Okay, we're going to the hotel right now to steal your phone. You fuck. I'm playing a game from last night. Okay, so that's caught her in in a lie. It looks. 'Cause she said in her VOD that they were the ones who insisted on drinking. And yeah, he's got screenshots to prove it.
Wanting to play this drinking game that we had played the night before. And at this point, I was pretty drunk, and so was basically everyone in this room. It was the last night of VidCon. VidCon's a pretty stressful time, and honestly, a lot of people are happy when it's over. Not that they didn't like it, but it's just a stressful event. There's a lot that you have to do, and when it's over, you're just happy and you want to celebrate. So at this point, we then moved to the couch. There was a couch in the room, and I sit next to Katie. She also says, looking back on the scenario, that she confused her nerves for excitement when I sit next to her. But again, at this moment in time, everything was friendly. Nothing sexual had happened. I'm just literally sitting next to her on the couch. And during this, she was laughing, smiling. She gave no indication that she was uncomfortable with me sitting this close to her. She also mentions that she was thinking about my age and that I was a lot older than her. Again, she was 18 and I was 26 at the time. And again, to clarify, I actually didn't know how old she was, despite her claiming that I did, just because it was in her bio. And it was clear to anyone there that she was not uncomfortable with me sitting next to her. Then eventually, two of the people that came to the hotel room left. So then it was just down to me, Dream, my online friend, Katie, Katie's best friend, and a sixth mutual friend. Next, she says, this is a quote, resorted to playing games on her phone to avoid the awkward situation. Next line, because it was in her bio. And I actually, again, she was 18 and I was 26 at the time.
Yeah, she's an adult, so I don't know. He's been called a groomer for this of it. That's ridiculous. I mean, she's legally an adult, so there's no excuse to call him a groomer. There's the thing about the alcohol, but she's the one who lied about that, and you can't expect unless you go and directly like tell them, hey, I'm 18 and I just so you know, like you can't expect him to notice. She has I think she had said in another post as well, like she had mentioned it one time, like done during the game. Nobody's focused on you all the time. You can't expect people to be monitoring you, everything you say. You have to like communicate it to them.
And again, to clarify, I actually didn't know how old she was, despite her claiming that I did, just because it.
Which is fair. I mean, she's labeled as 21 plus. Why would he doubt that? That's he's not omniscient. He doesn't know everything. He's
It was in her bio, and it was clear to anyone there that she was not uncomfortable with me sitting next to her. And eventually, two of the people that came to the hotel room left. So then it was just down to me, Dream, my online friend, Katie, Katie's best friend, and a sixth mutual friend. Next, she says, this is a quote, resorted to playing games on her phone to avoid the awkward situation. Now, I just don't see how this is the case. She's implying that she is using her phone to essentially escape, such an awkward scenario that she's in. But that's just not how it happened, and this is why. She brought up the phone game as kind of a point. The game was honestly the central point of the interaction at this part of the night. It was a very social thing, she was.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is the drinking game that was brought up, which did show in the text that she was the one who brought that up and insisted it was played. And it's not like I think it's like I think you mentioned it's like a thing where they pass the phone around or something.
Showing she was passing the phone around.
Yeah.
We were all playing the game and bantering about it.
So she's not like sitting there like with her face in her phone trying to avoid looking at anybody. She's passing her phone around like trying to get everyone to play this game.
Having fun with the game. So I don't see how like she resorted to it and was like using it in that context. She wasn't being awkward at all. There was no sense of uncomfortability from her. She was laughing and playing with everyone. And yeah, I'm not really sure why she phrased it like this. We actually continued to send each other high score updates even weeks after the event. To add further context to this moment, we were all actually sitting on the couch that was in the hotel room playing this game on her phone. And during this, me and Katie were at the far end of the couch and we were cuddling together. We had been cuddling for, I'd say, around an hour at this point, playing the game, talking, and just having fun. And for clarity, I had my hand around her waist above her clothes. So with her statement where she's saying that she's resorting to playing games on her phone.
Oh, so he's saying above her clothes actually, because she said it was underneath her clothes.
I just don't really understand it, and I think that the picture that she's painting is really dark, when in reality she seemed very happy with the situation, was having a good time. I also want to address a fact that she claimed that would confirm that I know her age. She said that she had answered a question about her age during a drinking game, and we were talking about sex, and that she admitted to everyone in the room that she was 18 and a virgin at the time. I just don't remember this happening. I'm not saying this to just pretend like it didn't happen. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I did not hear it happen. We're not just all sitting down and not moving. It's a chaotic environment. I could have been getting a drink. I could have been talking to someone else. I just did not know that was said. Another quote from her stream I want to address.
Okay. I'm gonna pause and go to the bathroom for a second. But I'm gonna stop after this and just talk about how I've personally interacted with George and just the way he personally is. But I will be back in just a second. back. Sorry, I do not have a um be right back screen. I just picked that one off the internet. Um, yeah, okay, so I think how many conventions have I been to? I think I've been to three. I've met George a few times and know quite a bit quite a bit about him. And obviously you can see him right here in the video. He's very he's very young looking. He's not like this creepy. He doesn't look like this creepy old man like um a lot of people have painted him out to be, despite being 26, 27 now. So I don't doubt for a second that she was attracted to him and was yeah just interested in him. But the thing the thing about George is absolutely no like offense. I'm not shitting on him, but he is like one of the spaciest person like people I have ever met. Uh, I think the first time I spoke to him, I was kind of just messing with him, like joking around, and he absolutely just choked and like froze up. Uh, and I think the second time I talked to him at another convention, I literally like walked right up to him, and I'm not I think I'm like slightly taller than him. I'm a pretty big person. Uh, it's not like it's very hard to not notice. I mean, like I would walk right up next to him and started talking to him, and he was just kind of like staring off into space, and he did not notice that someone had approached him. Like I was like he was facing the side, and I was like, yeah, I walked up next to him, but I was still like within his peripheral vision. He could see me if he was paying attention, but he just was like completely head in the clouds. Like he kind of always is. He's kind of he's kind of just like that. That's his personality. And it's not a bad thing. But I really don't think George could even like try to intentionally sexually assault somebody, even if you like made him. I I I think he'd be way too like skittish for it. He doesn't like confrontation at all. He he play fights with his friends, but he doesn't. He pretty much avoids like all confrontation. Uh, it's just compared to what I think I'm gonna end up like sharing my story just for an example, not because I want any clout or anything, but just to compare somebody like this to what an actual male like predator is. But I'll save that for the end because it's long. Sorry, I know it is late. I shouldn't have done this like too late at night, but the VOD's still there. Anyways, I'll let him continue. But yeah, George doesn't notice anything, and I don't know why you would expect anybody to. You shouldn't expect anybody really to just be aware of everything. You just can't assume that. You should really be assuming that nobody understands, and you should make it clear if you have something you want to communicate. Don't just sit there and be silent and hope the other person like can read your mind. Say something. Yeah, he's not that intimidating. He's not that big. He's George is not that intimidating. I don't know how tall Katie is, but there's this is not like a creepy like old man who has a ton of power within like um like a church leader or something. he's just a guy. He's just like living his life. He doesn't really think about it that much like that. Um, yeah, he's not like a very physically intimidating man, and it's ridiculous to just to accuse him of all people of sexual assaults. Like, I don't know.
She says,
Anyway.
there was more alcohol in the room and we were encouraged to drink some more as they offered the bottles to us. They said they would join us in drinking and insisted on drinking games. They had already been drinking before they arrived. They were drunk, and the way this is phrased, it makes us out to look like we're kind of preying on them and like forcing them to drink when they didn't want to, when that's not the case. And as I mentioned earlier, they were even the ones asking to play the drinking games via the texts before they had even arrived. So then, this is when her most important
You
claim
did have proof
happens.
for that.
I'm just going to read the quote. She says, out of nowhere, I felt him slip his hand under my clothes, sitting next to me on the couch, in front of everyone. He disguised it with a simple, are you ticklish? I coughed out a no, and still staring at my phone, I was overly aware of the fact that we were in front of other people. The fact that everyone else was sitting around us, watching us, including my best friend, and that his hand was inching further to places I hadn't asked it to be. Again, as I mentioned before, we had previously been cuddling on this couch for around an hour, but I did place my hand on her waist under her shirt. The way it's phrased makes it sound like it just happened out of nowhere, when in reality we'd been cuddling for over an hour at this point, and it was not out of nowhere. It was also
Okay,
around
so
half an hour until I started
it
moving.
was underneath the shirt, but it's again just her waist, not anything else. I really don't think that's that big of a deal. You could consider that something if you want, but cuddling with someone for an hour, you have a full hour to decide like, hey, actually I don't want to be here. But she did not at any point try to get out of the situation, which indicates to me that she was not uncomfortable and she was fine with it.
My hand further up, and the way it's phrased just makes it seem like it happened pretty instantly and pretty quickly. There was nothing quick about it. It was very slow, and I was very cautious about it and making sure that she was comfortable throughout the process. Me and Katie were very touchy, very cuddly, and very slowly got more intimate. I've always been overly cautious with.
And another thing about George, he is I don't have the video now, but there is a video of it. George is he yeah, he's very touchy when he's drunk, but that was extremely mild compared to how he is with just like his guy friends. Like I think Sapnap had said, yeah, George was literally just like, cause this is like one of his best friends, whatever. He knows they're just fucking around and it doesn't matter. And Sapnap could beat him up if he wants to. Uh, is like just wrestling with him while he's drunk and ignoring Sapnap telling him to get off of him. But you see, he's not doing that with a girl. He's like very, very gently like caressing away. He's being very cautious. So obviously he's not. He can be that way, but while drunk, but he wasn't with her. He was very polite, I'd say.
With consent, and this is not just because I'm a creator. I've been like this since before I was a creator, and I think that's just the way I am and just the way it should be. Nothing came out of nowhere. Everything progressed very slowly throughout the night. And also, before I continue, I want to make it clear that the furthest anything ever got was under the shirt touching and cuddling. Now, obviously, people don't typically ask if everything is okay, even such as touching someone's waist under their shirt before they do it. But in this case, I was extremely slow, and she was engaging with me the entire time, laughing, cuddling with me, and even playfully fighting me for the game that we were playing. Again, the quote that she said, he disguised it with a simple, are you ticklish? I coughed out a no. She's implying that it's with malicious intent, and that she coughed out a no would also imply that I should be able to tell that she was uncomfortable with it. She says, later, he made a game out of my embarrassment where he would touch me in certain areas to make me lose the game I was playing. Now, I actually remember this quite vividly. I remember she was playing the game.
I mean, yeah, exactly what the point is. I mean, it's she you have to say no if you're actually uncomfortable. But she never did she. According to everyone else who has spoken, she never indicated any signs of being uncomfortable and was actually very receptive. She was flirting back, like playing along, um, smiling, laughing. Those are not signs of being uncomfortable. I mean, they can be. You can nervous laugh, but it's still, if you are genuine and comfortable, you, even if you're scared of whatever, you have to establish your boundaries and say no. Otherwise, and you have to do it in the moment. You can't do it afterwards because afterwards it's already happened and it's too late.
And there
So
were
it's just a
parts
lesson for her
where
to learn, I
it would
guess. Yeah.
be very easy to lose if you were distracted. And she's right, I did do that. There were points where she was playing the game and she was at a point where it was easy for her to mess up, and I would, for example, tickle her or like squeeze her. And when I did this, she would laugh, she would turn around and smile at me, or she would play fight with me because I had just made her lose the game. She also says how, quote, I didn't speak or move. I remember being afraid to even breathe. I stayed there for a while, hoping my stillness could make me disappear. Now, to reiterate, anytime that I did this, it was met with her either smiling, laughing, play fighting with me, and there was no reason for me to believe that she was uncomfortable with it. She was not. Not.
Yeah, and the reason I believe him over her is because if she was sitting there that uncomfortable, like frozen, her friends were there as well. They would have noticed. And they didn't seem to notice anything weird in the moment. It was only after the fact they were like starting to question, oh, did you like it almost seemed like they were manipulating her. But yeah, I think I lost track of what I was telling, but yeah, as yeah, the one time where I had met him before, like he so has his head in the clouds, like not insulting him again. That I think I spoke to him for like a good few seconds before realizing he was not even paying attention at all, which is yeah, that's just the way he is. But I had to actually shout his name like in his face to get him to see that I was standing there. He just does not notice things. That's just his personality, and you can't expect everyone to be aware of everything all the time. If you want somebody to be aware of something, you have to say it.
Moving. She was not speaking. Of course, I don't believe that silence is consent. I just want to make sure that it is abundantly clear. She was visibly and physically.
I kind of disagree with that. It can be sometimes because you don't have to say you don't always have to say verbally. Yes, I consent. You can do it non-verbally. That's just kind of a thing that's on the internet. I know he's kind of like put in a corner where he has to say some things, otherwise he's gonna continue to get threats. But no, I personally disagree with the statement that you have to verbally say yes, I consent before doing anything like touching, like even just touching. You always do. I mean, I guarantee you, Caitlin has not not always asked, "Can I touch you?" before she's touched someone. So
Responding well to everything that we were doing. I also want to comment on how she said that she had to stand up after many minutes for it to stop. She did get up multiple times throughout the night, for example, to go to the bathroom, to get a drink. Also, when her friends left, she got up to say goodbye to them, and she would come back to the same scenario. I also just want to point out that her best friend was here during this whole process, then afterwards did leave. And I think it is important to note that she made the choice to stay behind for many hours more. And as I mentioned before, she did get up, say goodbye to them, and came back. We were even talking about staying up to wait until 11 a.m., which was the checkout time of the hotel. Since it was the final day, we were like, oh, I don't know if we want to go to sleep for a few hours, might as well just stay up. But that's not what ended up happening. And it's at this time that Katie says that, this is a quote, "I went to leave, and the older guy then decided to leave too." This is phrased in a way that makes me look kind of creepy.
But yeah, that kind of shows right there. She had an excuse. I think she kind of tried to make an excuse for it later in the text post she put out afterwards. But she had an opportunity to leave. So if she was that upset, she could have just left with her friends. But she chose to stay. And why do you think she chose to stay? Because she wanted to be there. Oh fuck. I don't know what that.
And very slowly got more intimate. I've always been still staring at my phone. I was overly aware of the fact that we were in front of other people. The fact that everyone else was.
Shit,
Me and Katie were at the far end of the couch and we were cuddling together. We had been cuddling for, I'd say, around an hour at this point, playing the game, talking.
Sorry, I fucked up the thing. Let me check. Can. Okay, let me see what timestamp was that. I was right around here.
And the older guy then decided to leave too. This is phrased in a way that makes me look kind of creepy, to be honest. She's basically saying she left, so I decided to leave too, which is not the case. What actually happened is Dream had decided he was too tired and was going to bed. So the night was over and we all left. She then goes on to tell a story about the elevator and how I joked about it being broken to try get her to go in with me. So Katie actually had her own hotel room on the same floor as Dream. So she actually didn't have to take the elevator. She walked me to the elevator when she didn't have to and said goodnight to me, which was nice of her. I did joke with her about coming in the elevator.
Okay, so she was the one who followed him to the elevator.
By pretending that it was broken. I went into the elevator, the doors closed, and I would press the doors open button to make it open again. I did this a few times, and she didn't go along with it, which I respectfully took, obviously, and ended up just going down to my room. So yeah, she didn't have to take the elevator, yet she chose to walk with me to the elevator to say goodnight to me, which I think is interesting given how she's saying how she was so upset with her. But also I think these comments...
It is as well, like, why would she choose to go completely voluntary, like, follow him to the elevator if she was so uncomfortable being around him that she felt sick and disgusting? She just wanted to get out away from the situation. Why would you walk him to the elevator when you don't have to because your room is on the same floor? It doesn't make sense.
Her looking back on the night and not her actual feelings at the time. And that's essentially the end of the story. This is actually the last time I've seen her in person, was just as those elevator doors closed. We messaged for a bit after, through Instagram DMs and Snapchat, and the way that we talked to each other was always pretty banterous. For example, after the first night that we hung out, but before the second, she'd actually texted me and said, "You better not be in Dream's room tonight or I'm going to shoot your leg." Obviously, she...
Okay, to get back to Hyatt. Okay, we come to Dream's hotel again. Shooting your legs, I don't. Awkward. Yeah, so they're just playing around. They don't. It doesn't seem very. That doesn't seem hostile to me. I would say that's a.
She's not
my
going to shoot
friend,
my
honestly.
leg. It's just, we're just messing with each other. And I'd actually responded to her and said, "Well, guess what? I'm actually here right now." And yeah, After this, we texted for a bit, sometimes daily, sometimes we would take a few days break, even a few weeks at some point. And at some point after VidCon, we were actually both in London at the same time, and she let me know this through her DMs. Now I will.
It's nice. Literally, thank you. 10 bucks to the convo. I'm assuming that's George can see doesn't like to pay for stuff. Yeah, you're still talking to me, dickhead. Yeah, I mean, she's a bit rude as well, though. They seem both rude to each other, but it doesn't seem like maliciously rude. It kind of just seems like teasing.
I will say she didn't come out outright and say I'm in London, but she did say that she had gone to a place.
Can't say dickhead. This I just drank tunes last night. Same British stuff. Maybe you're British as fuck. Well, I drank it since it's born last night. You probably don't even know what that is, so you're less British than me. What are you doing in England? Rue said Simon's bar was gay, so awkward. I'm living life the British way. Partying, clubbing, etc. Gazing into lots from student business like you. So she's still 18 at this point. So I mean, I guess she's in England, so I think the drinking age is 18, so it's okay. But I think she has an affinity for drinking and partying. So I don't think she was coerced into any of that. And I don't know why she was in England, but mm, yeah, I don't know if it was just to meet up with him or what. But who knows?
That was known to be a London thing. And I commented on that and said, and asked what she was doing in London. And just to clarify, we did not meet up whilst in London, nor make plans to do so. She was always extremely friendly to me. I was friendly to her. And honestly, I was very shocked to hear her say the things that she did say during her stream. When I first opened up her stream, it was after she'd already streamed it, but not long after. So people hadn't yet made the connection that it was relating to me. And when watching it, I was like, I was actually interested. I was thinking, okay, what's this going to be about? And then when she started saying more and more details, I realized, wait, this is about me. I was very confused, very shocked, and didn't quite know what to think, given I had no impression of any wrongdoing throughout this whole relationship that I had with her. None at all. Like, it was, if anything, it was the opposite. I thought we had a pretty good relationship, despite the fact that we actually hadn't talked in a while. I thought if I had seen her in real life again, everything would be fine and we would be friends. It was actually around this point, after VidCon had finished and we were messaging, that I found out her age. And since then, I never pursued anything going forward, and I essentially stopped messaging her. Her last message to me was August 1st, 2023, and I haven't replied to her since then. After I watched her stream, I was pretty confused. I didn't understand how her account of the story. I didn't understand how. Watched her stream. I was.
Okay, so they're just being cunts to each other. I guess that's what they talk. Yeah, the middle flings and everything. I don't think that's malicious. He's saying
and I haven't replied to her since then. After I watched her stream, I was pretty confused. I didn't understand how her account of the story had been so different from what actually happened. A lot of the facts that she said just didn't happen at all, or were phrased in ways that make me look as bad as possible. Saying things like, I insisted on her playing drinking games, or that she was frozen in place, or that she was scared. She was having fun. She was enjoying herself. She was showing this with her body language, with the way that she smiled, the way that she laughed, and just her overall general demeanor. Now, one thing that I think is very important to differentiate here is that I do believe that she regrets being affectionate with me, and that really does make me feel terrible. I never want to make anyone feel uncomfortable or regret their interactions with me or anything along those lines, regardless of if it's sexual or not. And I am truly really sorry if I contributed towards that. But what's important to differentiate is that she was uncomfortable with this after the fact and not during. She says, quote, "At the time of it all, I convinced myself I was lucky. I was lucky that it had happened to me. I was excited to be around such big creators, to be at that convention in general." Now, actually, I have had a similar scenario to this where I was in I had a sexual experience with someone where in the moment I was perfectly happy with it happening, but then afterwards I regretted it. And I'm not saying this to get any form of sympathy. I'm not looking for that. That is not the case at all. I'm simply saying this because I can see the similarities in the situation. Now, I'm not mad at the person that I was in this sexual experience with at all. I have no negative thoughts on them. I simply did not like how it ended up, and if I could go back and not do it, I wouldn't have. I wanted to do it in the moment, but then changed my mind later.
Yeah, and so I think that's a really big problem I have, is that she's allowed to go and regret it, and suddenly it's like a crime. But if he had said that, if he had come out and said, "I want to tell my story about this," everybody would tell him to shut the fuck up because he's a man, and that's not fair. So,
which is completely valid. You're completely allowed to feel that way. But what isn't okay, and I think is just completely unfair, is to act as if I am the bad person in the scenario because you changed your mind later. I also want to separate this from abuse and certain scenarios that other people have dealt with recently or just in general. I think it is completely fine to come to terms with your abuse over time and realize that it was bad for you and a terrible situation to be in, and to then look badly back on that person. That is completely valid, but this is different. Again, this all happened within a 4 hour period, 3, 4 hour period, and I was not given any sign of discomfort, unhappiness, or anything along those lines. And again, it was the opposite of that. She was happy, she was laughing, she was smiling, and as far as I know, everyone else in the room would have thought the same at the time. So now what I'm thinking is, why would she come out and say it like this? Why is she saying this? Now, I don't think she's purposefully being malicious or trying to hurt me or ruin my career or anything like that. But what I do think is that she is surrounded by a friend group that completely despises me and my friend group.
yeah, that's what's
And
important
this is
here.
quite a
Something to say about
specific
this.
scenario that probably doesn't really happen that much, especially publicly. So it's kind of it's kind of hard to talk about it. But I think after VidCon, she obviously had told some of her friends about what happened. Whether or not that was in a negative connotation, I do not know. I wasn't part of these conversations, of course, but she clearly told them about this scenario. Now, when these people that are around you all completely despise me and my friends, they're obviously going to look on this poorly. To add context to this, she actually mentions in her stream, here, I will just quote it. She says, "I remember a friend seeing me in the lobby on the way, and they were worried by the way I was acting and asked if I was okay. I was really drunk, and it was an eerie feeling like they could sense something was wrong." Now, this person is in Katie's friend group, and they were concerned that a group of 5 people were going up to Dream's room to join 3 additional people, which is an interesting concern to have. I actually have heard from another source that overheard this conversation and thought it was quite strange that she was worried about this. Now, I think it seems very likely that after 8 months of you being around friends that hate me and my friends and constantly talking badly about us publicly as well and privately, I don't know what they say privately, but can't be any better than what they say publicly. Obviously, that is going to affect the way that you view the experience, and it's going to make you look at it differently. You're going to second guess it. You're going to be
Yes, everyone, you're influenced by what your friends say, and it it can quite heavily influence you. One of your friends says, uh, "Hey, I don't think that was you didn't feel good about that." Like, you might actually believe that, and I don't know exactly how much. Well, it's probably. I'm assuming it's the same between men and women, how much influence your friends have over your decisions. Um, but it really is. People are very easily influenced to do things and to feel things, and I do believe that Katie was in part influenced by one of her friends' impulses saying, "Oh, hey, I didn't like that," or whatever, and then it just sort of spiraled out of control until suddenly they're saying, "I hate these guys." But I'll let him finish, and then I'm gonna kind of explain that dynamic he was talking about.
Be thinking about it, and clearly it changed the way that she thought about it. And I just think it's completely unfair to judge me and my actions based on how you feel about it now, 8 months later, versus how you felt at the time. Because at the time, you were not uncomfortable with it. And I know I'm repeating myself a million times, but I have to. You were smiling, happy, laughing, playing along with it, everything. And that's all I really have to say on the matter. Still keep supporting victims.
Exactly. I agree with him pretty much. It's uh yeah, you can see in comparison, he's not reading off a script really. I mean, I think he had points and everything, and it was pre-filmed, but he's kind of just him talking and editing out the silent bits compared to her very scripted like live stream, completely reading off of like a weird poetry thing. Um, and yeah, if you don't normally watch George's content, he's not usually like that. He's usually quite happy. He seems very like upset in this video, and it's clear he's been very hurt by this accusation. Um, yeah, he's trying to concede as much as he can without completely lying, like because he knows he didn't have any malicious intention, but when everybody's screaming at you that you did, and you have to fucking like admit that you did, or else you lose everything. What else are you supposed to do? So, anyways, I'll I'll do Jones' video next, but I want to briefly get into the thing he described with her friend group dynamic versus like his friend group dynamic. That is kind of just like part of the men versus women thing that is become a big problem in society, and there's some men that have talked about it, but I've not yet seen a woman speak out about it. But I feel it's gotten really bad. I mean, I'm not denying that women have it difficult, but men are treated like shit nowadays. Like George was automatically presumed guilty just from her saying, her alleging that he did something, no proof, anything, and they immediately think he deserves death. And it's because he's a man. It's because he's a man. They do that to any man. If any man, men aren't allowed to like, cry, express their feelings. If they do that, they're made fun of. Um, that men don't really like. There's a big problem with like loneliness with men, and I think just men and women don't understand each other. No one's really like at fault, but right now women do have the upper hand, and it's very socially acceptable to just go along with it and say support victims, support victims. But when they say that, they're not really saying support victims. They're saying just believe all women, because George was clearly a victim in this situation. He was he was accused of something, and given no time to explain himself before everyone started harassing him. I'll see if I can find the message, but hold on, let me go back to this channel. But just the most horrific things I've ever seen, and that's not okay. That's not okay to try and have somebody killed or coerce them into ending their own life over an allegation. And do you think so, would anybody do that to a woman? No. Nobody would ever do that because that's awful. So why are we doing that to men? And yeah, there's plenty of men who have spoken out about it, but nobody cares what they have to say. And for everyone who doesn't know me, yes, I am a woman. I know my voice is deep, um, and buff and large, whatever. Yes, I have like 2X chromosomes, and yes, I've checked. I am a woman. I would want somebody to speak up for me if I felt like I was being discriminated against unfairly. So that's why I'm doing it. And I have experienced situations where I've had no one has speaking up for me. I'll talk about it later. I mean, and I'll get to it after I do Dreams audio. But I I've had situations where nobody, absolutely, I have directly asked for help and just been completely ignored. Nobody gave a shit. But do I continue the cycle and just like, oh, like, well, nobody stood up for me, so I won't stand up for anybody else? Or I break the cycle and even though I get a lot of hate for this, speak out and say what I think is right. Give at least give George a chance to defend himself, because it seems like actually it is like he's kind of part of it's like a game to women. I've had a very strange upbringing, and I've had lots of experience with both men and women, and to men it's to women it's kind of it's just like a game, but it's a game where men always lose before they even know they're playing the game. George was guilty like from the start, just for being a man and just for existing, just for being a man who's attracted to women, and that's not fair. Let me see. Um, I'm gonna go see if I can. I'm gonna at least look at under. Okay, I don't know which. I don't think it was mainly under this. This is George's tweet where he was initially kind of pressured into doing a stream, and then later realized that was not a good idea to do it immediately. Uh, Everybody's demanding. He answered immediately. He's allowed no time to like get his thoughts together. I mean, I don't. I wish I had the video pulled up. I should have pulled this up before stream. But when you try to go up to people and just ask them questions, like I think it was that video where I think a guy went up to somebody and just asked her name a woman. Just put a microphone in her face and asked name a woman, and it's like so immediate and it's shocking, like that she just kind of chokes up and she is unable to just name a woman, any woman. And so it's kind of like a trick. It's not fair to him to try and force him to answer immediately like that, because you know, he's gonna fuck up and say something wrong, all of it, he guilty, but I don't know. I'm scrolling through these really fast, but I'm I I don't know where exactly they're at because I didn't really like to read them because they were very um yeah, they were just disgusting, honestly, to me. That you could say that to another human being to tell them to end their own life over an allegation. And yeah, I think that's what compelled me to speak, even though I don't have that big of a platform and there's not many people listening. But I might as well, why not? Let me see. I'll pull it during space because there's not actually. Hold on, no bookmarks. Oh yeah. These are some of Katie's things where she's kind of made excuses run off the internet. Actually, let me look at these first before I do this. So this is gonna be a long stream. You don't, Juice, you don't have to stay for this entire stream. I'm mostly just doing this to put the VOD up because I think I'm gonna push it on YouTube. Um, I think this was her original accusation. We're waiting, put whatever you can find. So screen recorded everything. I planned on using it to support my case if needed, but please share it on my behalf if you like, because we both know what happens. And that's why I can sleep. I can sleep at night without scrambling for screenshots to try and twist. That's why you're scared. It's fine. Okay. I don't know what time zone you're in right now, but I don't want to keep you up. Let's see. Sorry, because me and every other creator know the truth. You too, and that's something you have to live with. Yes, I was naive, but I have room to change, to grow. 8 years exactly. When I'm your age, I'll be 10 times the person you are. You'll always be at the 27-year-old, still acting like a child. I'm not scared of you anymore. I've been waiting so long to say this, but you're a fucking coward. Goodbye for now. Okay, Katie. Okay. Yes, you're so mature, so incredibly mature. You'll be even more mature, I'm sure. Uh, whatever. But you're very, very hypocritical. uh, yeah, he's scared because he received death threats. He was docked as well. Him and his friends. I think I don't actually understand what you have to say. Thank you for listening, Juice. I appreciate someone listening. Um, yeah, this was George's initial response. I was doing a very serious stream later today. This push just to make that clear. I'm gathering all the information and evidence to share. I've never and would never break somebody's sexual boundaries or assault anyone. That is his instinctual response. Just being completely honest, what he has to say. Um, and he did not end up doing that stream because yeah, that would have been a very bad idea. And people were demanding like, "Where's the stream? Where's the stream? Where's the stream?" And criticizing it because Dream initially spoke for him or put out a statement for him. But I understand why. I mean, I would be fucking terrified if I was in his position and everybody's like doxing in real life. They all these people in League Twit. I don't know you know League Twit. I'm in League Twit too. Like I don't post anything, but I like to watch everybody else. And I've been watching for years as everybody has been hoarding evidence, just waiting for the excuse to use it all against like Dream and his friends. it's fucking weird. I do not post at all. I just like to watch people because I don't really understand social dynamics that well. I mean, or I don't understand how to interact with them. I can observe them well, but it's a bit difficult when I'm actually in it. Um, okay, let's see. This is okay. So I think this is posted. No, this one's first. So she has left the internet for now, for like a week. Um, and this is the last thing she posted before saying like goodbye. Again, like he said, at one point he asked for my snap. Nothing wrong with that. You're over 18. So shuts up about the age. Good ones. I didn't. Also, hygiene seems lame. It's just we did not Snapchat much at all because I don't use Snapchat. I haven't since around middle school, but the most that happened were a few pictures of him with a quesadilla. That's not like Predator, sending you a picture of a quesadilla. Is that me? And we sort of acted DMs, which didn't last long. Like, for fuck's sake, Katie, oh my god. A quesadilla. Like, you know what most men send when they're on Snapchat? They send dick pics. He sent you a picture of a quesadilla. Fucking ridiculous. I walked him out to the elevator. We left at the same time. We were sitting on the side of the floor in the hotel. I don't know why she doesn't know how to type properly. You had a hallway of rooms on one side, elevators connecting, then the other hall. I was on the opposite side. That's kind of what I feel like. I mean, maybe she just like she typed this on her computer or something or whatever, but she doesn't really have that great writing skill in this. This is one she's definitely written, but again, I don't know that for sure. I don't know, but it feels like somebody else wrote that whole speech for her that she recited. Hallway of rooms inside, elevators connecting them, then the other hall. I was on the opposite side, therefore I had to walk through the elevator room. I didn't walk in there, we both headed in that direction. That's kind of the same thing. I said, well, bye. That's when the elevator's broken beds. Yeah, I don't see any problem with that. He didn't force you into the elevator. He was trying to ask you if you wanted to come, trying to like discreetly, politely, or jokingly ask you want to come in the elevator, and you declined, and he left. What else do you want him to do? The unmentioned friend, there was a man who was there, but that I left out, but he wasn't there for long. He left early, which is why I never spoken with him. Simply a message he sent to someone who was in the room at night too, and it is all it adds to the situation. He left the pool and anything happened. I don't know who this guy is. Currently watching Cuddle with Katie. Oh, okay, so this is a screenshot from the guy, yeah, saying they're cuddling. Another point of view. Cuddled a lot of it. The touch was initiated by him, probably not realizing it. I mean, he was literally spooning me from my left as I faced ghosty to my right. Did you have a problem with that in the moment? Because if not, then you can't untake. You can't undo it. You have to say it in the moment, Casey. A lot of cuddling he may have felt was personal, but it was just me being drunk, everyone on the couch. You were the one who lied about your age to get drunk. You weren't supposed to be drunk. You knew you weren't. You chose to do it anyways. Stop putting the blame on him. Everyone on the couch was doing the same thing, drunk all together. You get it? I was drunk. I didn't think cuddling automatically meant it was to turn sexual. Did it really though? Do you really count that as like sexual? You have no sexual experience, do you? Oh my god. Before you make sexual assault allegations, make sure you actually know what sex is. For fuck's sake. I don't know. It wasn't an invitation. I wasn't going to push him off in front of everyone. Why not? Why not? Oh my god. He took it a step further in front of everyone because he assumed things and assumed he had the rights. As a shy person, I could not speak up in front of him. Everyone else. That's not his fault if you're a shy person. If you're putting yourself into a social situation and you're shy, you're gonna have to learn to be social and to communicate. Let's only say yes. You want to ask step forward sexually? Why do you know? You're more cautious about consent. Why not ask? It's usually the first step. No, it's usually not. You're a virgin. You admitted it. You don't know. That's not usually the first step. That usually doesn't verbally happen. And Walter, why does everything have to get taken a step further? Reiterate that I was drunk. So was he. Why are you not responsible when you're drunk? But he is. You're both adults, I mean. And you would. Sorry, my stupid headphones turned off again. She got removed, and so got up and sat in the same spots, getting up to drink more, etc. Until they leave in a room, on a sofa with people. Why don't you just sit back where you were when you get up mentally? Mentally, I was so also drunk. Stop using the excuse that you were drunk. Everybody was drunk. You and you weren't even supposed to be. You got drunk intentionally when you weren't supposed to be. And even if I were to move, that would be an obvious hit to his ego, to him, and to everyone in the room. A bold move I didn't need to make. So what? That's completely in your head. This hit to his ego just moving. That's completely made up. It's not even like a real valid thing. Uh, I could just deal with it. And you can just make any excuse if you really feel that uncomfortable. Just deal with it till the night was over. And I didn't want someone I had watched for a while, the Lord following to hate me for denying to sit near him. I didn't want to embarrass him or myself. I know it's a dumb thought process, but I acknowledge it. Okay, so I can kind of say it. You are an idiot. Um, because you kind of said it yourself. You were being stupid and are still being stupid. It was you were naive and you thought you're more mature than you should be. She said when her friends left, I didn't make a conscious decision to choose to stay. My friend left throwing up in her hand, and I didn't know. She was so drunk she couldn't hold her vomit and passed out in our bathroom. And one night, when drunker I was, like I said before, I don't think that's matched what either of your stories said. So I didn't, and this whole thing was very rushed. She didn't even like copy and paste it. It's still got the underlines and everything. I put it over the moment because I thought it might be the price I had to pay to be around such big creators. Also, kind of in your head, uh, they did not force you to do anything. That was coming from you. You imagine that there was a price to pay, but there was no real price. Last 3 points may remind you that I'm not an invitation to be sexual, well, that I wanted it, and if he thought I did, he could have asked. Okay, well, first of all, that wasn't You are exaggerating so much. That was not that sexual. You do not know what sex is. Um, and if he could have asked, you as well could have told him, like communicated as well. Just as I mean, he could have communicated more. You could have communicated more. It's it's kind of up to the person who has the problem to articulate it. Um, well, he assumed because your body language, you had just met. Why did he think he knew me so well when that he could assume how I felt? Assume he knew my mannerisms, mate. You didn't know me. Apparently, you didn't even know my age, but you knew what I wanted. No, he assumed it was what I wanted. I don't know if I'm gonna read all this because this is kind of annoying me. No, he assumed it was I wanted because I wouldn't want that from someone like him. What are you talking about? First of all, there's kind of like manners are typically it's body language is a language as well that's people can recognize even if they've never met the specific person before. And while there are unique parts to it, it's not wrong for him to assume by your body language. And if he's misinterpreting it, then you say something. You assume that's what I wanted because why would I want? It's what I wanted because why wouldn't I want that from someone like him? You don't know that. You're just projecting thoughts into his head. You don't know he assumed anything. Maybe he would just maybe he just liked you. Maybe he was just attracted to you, you know? And was trying to be friendly. Since sitting that's an invitation, being drunk. Since when was being drunk an invitation? Since when was being well, you lied about your age to get drunk. You wanted to get drunk. I don't know why you keep bringing this up. Um, I don't know. I might skip the rest of it. Any laughing? Hand close out of nerves. So I didn't think cuddling would result in that. You can pull away as well. I mean, you laugh. You can also pull away, or any other normal communication. You don't have to go along with it. There was nobody holding a gun to your head and forcing you to go along with it. You touched me for the first time. Okay, so that is very telling that Katie very much doesn't know what she's doing. She doesn't know anything about sex or men or even just um offline relationships, like how it works in real life, like chronically online much. I don't know. Oh god, there's too many of these. Incidents. Yeah, I felt lucky talking to a verified account, someone famous. That's on you. Your feelings at the moment. You felt lucky. I'm gonna see what else. I thought she was 21. It doesn't matter. Oh my god. Girl, you, you didn't have sex. You didn't. It doesn't matter. Forget the fucking age thing. Who left Element sent me this message. It's a message on my phone. Clay like so this directly at Clay as well, like um during the stream's name. I typed a message on my phone. She's like projecting that onto George as if they are like the same person. And I don't even think Clay's at fault either for this. I typed a message on my phone and showed it to Clay, being like, "Does George realize there's 8 years between him and Katie, And he looks at me, deadpan, and is like, I don't see why that matters. I'm like, oh, okay. So you're saying Clay knew, but I don't. Why does that automatically mean George knows? And even so, why does it matter if there's an 8-year difference between you two when you're both legal adults? His son was 18, virgin. When Clay chimed in to argue for his best friend. Yeah, so this is again about Clay talking about George, and George isn't even, he's not even involved in this. He's probably like staring off into a corner or something. I don't think he's dumb. Yeah, he's not dumb. He's quite smart actually. He's just spacey. It's just the way he is. And that's not a crime. Less. Find it funny. Victims do this for clouds. Promise you anyone who's come forward about any of this knows that a large sum of what you receive is endless hate and becomes what you're known for. Is the price you pay when to speak up. I think George has received a lot more hate than you have, Katie, so um this will be the only proof or response I have. I don't have the energy. You just don't have any more proof. But this is correct about blind idolization. That was stupid. I mean, I can't blame you for being stupid or whatever, but distant selves from these men. Um, I have opinion. I'll share on that when once I do dreams space. Christ, sorry, I've been streaming absolutely for people distance themselves and create to act like I'm away for a week and I stream my final statement. Okay, so you get more time to go and collect your thoughts, but when it comes to George, he has to answer immediately, right? You didn't say anything when people were harassing him, but you get weak to do that. Okay. And I don't. I'm a bit harsh to KT, but I don't hate her or anything. I don't think anybody should hate her, but I think if she has any self-respect, she should at the very least apologize. And I think she's very immature and she should not have a platform with if she, being that reckless. So let me just go find I think this one is like 45 minutes. I'll do this and then I'm gonna tell my story and that'll kind of be it. Uh, with this, I listened to this recording once. This is Dream's recording he put out. Was that yesterday or yeah, yesterday for some people. Or today for some other people, but it it was quite heartbreaking to listen to because it is really a fucked up situation he's in where it's it's men against women and he's a man, his friend is a man, and he knows his friend's not like that. He has been friends with George for a long time and trusts that his friend would never do that. But if he doesn't comply to like what the mob is wanting him to do and basically betray George and even though he knows he didn't he's innocent, turn on if he doesn't turn on his best friend, he loses everything. That's a fucked up situation to be in, and I feel terrible for him. And you can hear it in his voice. Okay, I think it starts at 3 minutes. Let me
Wait a
see.
Giving it up, so people can listen to it if they need to, and go through it. I don't. I haven't left his face up, so I don't know. I don't know if I need to do anything other than that, but I think it's already set to being saved.
And his is not scripted either. He's just speaking.
I just want to explain what I'm going to be talking about for a second, and then I have a lot to say, so this will probably be a long space. This isn't scripted or planned, so I'm sorry if I pause or stumble over my
I
words
hope that's intelligible. I usually watch stuff at 2x speed, so
or anything.
I just wanted to speed it up a little bit.
I'm just going to be speaking from my feelings and my thoughts, and so I know every word will probably be analyzed, but just know that this is just me and my pure thoughts. And
also, for context as well, like Jeremy is clearly like a little autistic, not extremely so, but he's a bit autistic. He's measured that before. I'm not like slandering him or anything. He said it himself, and so sometimes he kind of just doesn't understand what's happening.
I don't know exactly what I'm going to say.
And tries to like
first things first. I
apologize.
just want to, as quickly and as the very first thing I want to be is say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Katie. I'm sorry for in any way whatsoever that I contributed to your pain. I just would like to make it clear that until 3 days ago, whenever this first happened, I had no idea whatsoever that anything sexual took place in any way whatsoever. I had no idea of Katie's discomfort or anything at all until her original statement. And I want to try and give some perspective for myself and on everything. I just want to make it clear that I'm not speaking for George. I'm not speaking about George either. I know he said in his tweet that he has more to say, and I don't know what that's going to be. I just want to speak.
Drink did initially like put out a statement for George after George did not appear on stream because George was fucking terrified, and I don't think he could manage to do it. It's fucking scary to be in that position. I mean, nobody wants to think of it like that, but imagine how terrifying that would be to have thousands and thousands of people screaming at you to end your own life. That's awful. I mean, I absolutely hate that for him. Right.
About my own thoughts, my own experience, in order to give perspective to things. I think that discussions like this are important to have because understanding is very important in preventing anything remotely like this from happening to anyone in the future. And so nothing that I say is to invalidate anything. Nothing that I say is to argue with anything. Anything I say is purely 100% just to show my perspective and show, try and find understanding with Katie, with anyone who wants to understand me as a human being, as a person. I think that I'm a reasonable person that does, I think that I'm a good person. I think that I always will try my best to do good and do good things.
Sorry, let me have the audios.
Necessary to explain my perspective as a person. This will probably be emotional, so I'm sorry for that as well. We'll talk a little bit about sensitive topics, so if that's sensitive to you, just beware, I guess. So yeah, I want to go back to what I said before, which is obviously I had no idea about anything sexual taking place. I just want to give perspective on for my interactions at all with them. So Katie and Ghosty, I met through just a friend of mine, and everyone was hanging out. They were all hanging out. Just to be honest, this was a very long time ago, so not everything will be perfect in terms of what I exactly remember. I actually don't remember my first ever interactions with them. I think it was at a house party, if I remember correctly. Everyone was just drinking and having fun. And I hadn't actually been out much around VidCon because I was wearing a mask, so I hadn't really been out much around there.
Sorry, this probably is way too fast, but you can kind of use. I shouldn't be speaking up. Sorry, this is not. I don't think normal. Most people are used to it. Yeah, he was. I mean, originally wearing a mask most of the time. Is probably because people harassed him for the ways he looked when he looks perfectly normal. Even I consider him above average. People calling him ugly. That was awful as well. There's extremely hateful like community, and I know why it is, and I'll explain it at the end of this because he kind of gets to it. But he was wearing a mask to try and like hide his face, because he wasn't ready yet to just go out and show his face.
I think uh, everyone was, just having a good time, and that was it. My perspective from on them still up until still to now is that they were great people. They were very nice and very friendly, and very fun to be around. Uh, and that didn't change. When I say I knew that nothing, I had no idea that anything sexual happened. I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea. So someone mentioned about me, the some there was some screenshot that some that in Katie's post, in her second post, regarding ages, and I wasn't really concerned with anybody's ages because nothing from my perspective, nothing was happening at all. It was we were all, everyone was just playing games and having fun, and just to give some insight into drinking because people mentioned underage drinking. Uh, they were almost everyone that was there was 21 or older. Obviously, Katie Ghosty was nearly 21, and Katie was not obviously. But just to give insight into that.
Here, I'll put it back. I just wanted to show that. I mean, I don't know if you can hear it necessarily. His voice is trembling a little bit. It gets a bit more emotional towards the end, which is significant to me because it's a very um it's considered very shameful for men to like cry at all, let alone on camera. So that makes me kind of
I
believe
don't
he's
know.
more
I don't know what the
being
morally correct thing
genuine.
is to do with alcohol in terms of everybody. Obviously, I think at conventions it's pretty commonplace for people that creators that are 18, 19, 20, whatever age to drink. I guess. I've never seen or been around anyone at a party that has gone up to a 17-year-old or not 17, an 18-year-old or 19-year-old or anybody and been like, hey, put that alcohol down. You shouldn't be drinking, especially not if they're already drunk or they're just around 20 other of their friends.
It is exactly. It's people are kind of applying solid like rules or whatever to people in situations where they just don't really apply. And I think it's just because a lot of people don't go out and actually like do stuff. But it's people, people need to understand that every like creator, no matter how much you look up to them, is still a human being and is still a person. And sometimes they make the same mistakes that you would make. But people hold like very popular people like Dream and George or whatever to these such high standards that are just completely unrealistic, expecting them to be perfect. And then suddenly, when there's any slight hint of or even rumor that they're not perfect, it suddenly makes it okay to turn on them and spew hate at them. So much hate that you would never say that to somebody in real life. And this just audio. I'll play the rest of it. He sounds so distraught. I feel awful for
So
for him.
I just genuinely, I don't know if that's incorrect of me or that's something that if that's something that I need to in the future be more cautious of because that's not something that I was thinking about. I wasn't thinking at all about, oh, this person is 20 years old and they're drinking alcohol. They shouldn't be doing that. I didn't have that perspective. I understand some people do, and I'm sorry for not thinking about that. Uh, from my perspective of that night, I wasn't trying to hook up with anybody. I wasn't trying to talk to anybody in any way other than friendly. And I didn't, and they obviously have never claimed anything otherwise. And they were drunk before they came, so I didn't have any problem with anybody drinking. I didn't try and intervene in anything whatsoever. And from my perspective, I had no problem with anybody at all. And so I wasn't just that's just to give perspective on the fact that I wasn't worried about people's ages, because I wasn't thinking about anything other than we're having fun. It's VidCon. We're just all everyone's drinking, everyone's just having fun and playing games, and that's it. That's all that was on my mind.
And he shouldn't be expected to be aware of everything. He's just a person. He can try, but he can't be perfect.
My thoughts.
It's not possible.
Later on, whenever after that night, I stayed in contact with Katie and Ghosty, and I genuinely thought they were really cool people. I thought that they were fun to hang out with. I thought that we would probably hang out in the future, as friends, obviously. And none of those conversations were with George or anything involving George. And again, I'm not here to speak about George or for George. This is completely independent of that. This is just purely for perspective. I had no idea. Again, I'm gonna be repeating myself a lot, but I had absolutely no idea of any uncomfortableness until many months later. And even then, what had happened was Harry made, Average, this is something that people know about, but Average Harry made a tweet in my replies saying, I don't have it, but saying something along the lines of that, I implying that I somehow misused like alcohol and an 18-year-old, I invited an 18-year-old to my hotel room to drink. At the time, that was about Katie. And of course, when it first was tweeted, I was like, what is happening? What is this, of course, what is this about? But then I thought about it, and I realized, oh wait, this is probably about Katie. And I was like, wow, it's nothing like that. That implication is terrible. I didn't really invite her. She was like a +1 for one of my friends. +1, and it was not. I was like, it wasn't. I don't think they would think that it's nefarious at all, right? And so I reached out to when that happened. I reached out to like everyone, and I was again at that point. I had no impression whatsoever of any sexual thing happening, anything, any problem, anyone having anything, nothing. I had no idea. I thought that he was implying that I did something wrong with Katie. And so I messaged Katie, I messaged Ghosty, I messaged everyone else that was there, pretty much, and was like, "What is happening? What is this? What is this about?" Essentially. I had a conversation with Ghosty, I had a conversation with Katie as well, and also other people. And essentially, my perspective, my thought process was, this guy hates me, or the UK people in the UK, or this creator group. And it was, of course, this is when there's still like the grooming allegations that were that were going on at the time. And so my perspective, these people don't like me because of this, and therefore he's trying to make something innocent of me hanging out with friends seem like something bad. So I'm operating under that assumption. I'm reaching out to people to talk about it, and at the time, Katie's reply to me I found odd. And I mentioned that to Ghosty and also to another person that was there. I told them, I said, oh, her reply to me is kind of odd. She implied that what he was saying wasn't true, but also didn't say, hey, you did nothing wrong, or wasn't being super overly friendly when this happened. Of course, everyone that I talked to at the time speculated that was because the group doesn't particularly like me. It wasn't necessarily, there was no implication of any sexual wrongdoing. There was no implication of George having done anything. There was nothing at all. And obviously, in hindsight now, knowing what I know, I'm under the assumption now that was because people didn't want to share her feelings, and she wasn't ready yet to share her feelings. But I at the time, I had no idea at all. I had no implication of that at all. And so I was under the impression, she responded weirdly to me about this. She's probably feeling pressure to, from her friends that don't like me, to not talk to me, essentially, is what I was thinking. And I shared that thought with Ghosty. I said to Ghosty, I don't know why she responded. It's that. And Ghosty was like, yeah, Ghosty, of course, nothing, Ghosty said then matters to how she feels, how she thinks or feels now. It doesn't impact, Katie's experience whatsoever. It's not, again, everything I'm saying is for pure perspective. That's it.
I mean, yeah, it kind of does. I mean, it matters what they felt at the moment, and if they switch it now, of course, that's different, and they can't, like I said, they can't rewrite the past. But I think he talks about it more. I just for drink, I don't have that large of a following, so I can't really get into contact with him. But it's I'll say if I can, because I would really like to. I would like to make him aware of this, because he seems like people tend to reflect their beliefs onto other people, and they believe other people believe the exact same thing as them. So if they're saying, if they're accusing lots of people of being manipulative, that's probably like a manipulative person. But Trent is constantly giving people the benefits of the doubt, and he does it over and over again. I do think that's a little bit related to the autism, but it kind of gives away that he's not trying to be malicious. He's trying to genuinely give people benefit of the doubt. But the thing he doesn't understand is that they they kind of do hate him. If people are interested in you at all, then they they sort of like simultaneously like love and hate are like different faces of the same card. It's the opposite of love and hate is just not caring at all. So if people are interested in you at all, and he's very popular, then they they like you, Dream, but they also hate you at the same time. Okay, so they'll keep doing contradictions and stuff like that. They'll praise you, but then they'll talk shit behind your back. It's it's a really weird like it's a really weird thing, and they'll hold you to these really high standards. The more popular you are, the more they idolize you, and so when you make any mistake, they feel like that their trust has been betrayed, even though it's all kind of like made up in their head, and you're just a person. You're not like there's no reason to hold you to that high standard. But Dream gives in like every time that they're like gaslighting you. They're gaslighting you, and yeah, I'd really like to torture him. I'll see if I can. There's more in this. Let me keep going.
From my perspective, as a human being, as a person, to bring understanding to the situation. So when that happened, of course, I reached out to everybody, and I was trying to figure out what exactly was going on.
And yeah, so is it like people feel like Dream has like made mistakes or in the past or done cringy things, therefore it's now okay to bully him and pick on him, but it's not. It's not. It's not okay. Um, you can't just use him. They get used to. Oh well this we always make fun of this person. It's Dream. We can make fun of him, but Dream is a person, and you can't just that's not it's not acceptable to do that. Um, which is why I feel bad for him. Like,
and this was the first time ever that there was any mention of any problem, and that I knew of whatsoever from my perspective. When talking to somebody that was there, this was the first time ever that somebody mentioned ages. And they mentioned that they said, "Oh, well, I'm not sure what any of this is about, but maybe Harry's saying that because George is 26 or whatever, and Katie's 18, or Katie was 18." And I was like, "Whoa, like what?" I replied, I was like, "What? But nothing, like nothing happened, right? Like nothing. There was nothing that happened." And of course, they replied, "Well, yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what they probably just whatever." And of course, still at that point, there was no mention of like sexual assault. There was no mention of any uncomfortability, anything at all, to me, or that I knew of remotely at all. And so, from my perspective, this was still a matter of up until that first comment of anything, I was under the impression that I was being accused of something by someone, and I didn't understand what was going on. So, of course, in me talking to everybody, of course, again, like I said, it was speculated. Oh, well, I think this is because of the fact that they don't like you because of the the allegations and because of the other stuff that was going on. Now, I will say that I think that
yeah, they don't like you because they also like you. It's stupid, but that's what it is.
my perspective, due to my experience with my video and before my video, my experience with false allegations being thrown at me, that I I was inclined to just assume with pretty much everybody, and I've assumed that with a lot of like friendships that I lost, or with a lot of people that I don't talk to anymore, or people that just don't like me. I've just kind of blanketly made the assumption that that person, oh, they don't talk to me because I have, there's these allegations. That's why. So when the whole UK group started being extra, you know, mean online and saying criticizing stuff and being saying things about me being evil, or saying things about whatever online, of course I'm just going to assume that's about. I had no idea at all that this was even a possibility. And even when I went and talked.
Oh, I think he's talking about yeah, like Tommy and Turbo and Wilbur. I don't really know much about that, but I know there was a feud between them. God, more stupid group fighting. Like, God, how many? It's so stupid.
Talked to everybody that was there. No one said anything. No one said anything at all, and that's completely understandable. I'm not. Again, this is just to share my perspective. I'm not saying that, oh, they should have. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I had no idea. I had no idea, and even when I made an effort to try and figure out what was going on, I still had no idea. So anyway, from that point on, of course, we're under that that assumption. Move forward, of course, and then later on, this happened. Of course, when I saw Katie's original post in her original stream that she did, I was shocked. I was incredibly shocked. I was confused. I was sad. Genuinely, I
Same
didn't know
reaction as
like
George.
what to think. I didn't know what to do. And of course, I I watched it multiple times. And then I went and talked to George about it and was talking about many of the things that happened. I went through every text message that I sent about the event. I went through every conversation that I'd ever had about everything to try and understand what understand how I could have overlooked something, if that makes any sense at all. Because I was just confused. I was what I never. This is out of nowhere. This is something that to me came absolutely out of nowhere.
Yeah, they're expecting him to be like omniscient, like all-knowing, and that's a ridiculous standard. Dream is human. Clay is human, and he he doesn't know anything. He makes mistakes, and people need to stop treating him like that. Stop fucking harassing him for not being perfect
And
and
of course, I'm
all-knowing.
talking to George about it. And again, just to clarify, I'm repeating myself, but I'm not speaking for George, and I'm not speaking about George other than this very specific instance because it's important. The perspective from what George shared in his stream, of course, is from his it was from his perspective, and is very similar to what he explained to me. And of course, having the perspective that, hey, these people hate me for what in my mind is no reason. And even when I had a conversation with Harry whenever that happened, and I said, well, what is there? Why do you not like me so much? What did I do? Essentially, I literally asked him that. And he after I explained the whole situation, I cleared up the Katie situation with him. This was again a while ago before this new information. And I thought things back then. That's all. He didn't share anything. He didn't say anything that I could know.
Exactly. He gave no reason to why he hates you, because he might not even understand why he hates you. He hates you because you're popular and he's interested in you, and therefore he likes you and also hates you. It's people are really stupid.
And so, first of all, I guess on that point, I want to mention something that Katie said in her tweet. And it's that she mentioned near the end of her tweet, she said something along the lines of like, other people have had experiences with them. She said them. And I just want to say that if anyone whatsoever has had any negative experience, any especially anything remotely like this with any of, I lost connection. Sorry. If anyone has had any negative experience with any of my friends or anybody that I know or that I'm friends with or close with or anything, if anybody has had any negative experience, please tell me. Please. I will not go straight to them and tell them. I will not. I will first and foremost try and understand and try and hear what you have to say. I understand there's some people, especially from her friend group and from people, after this point that probably even.
Okay, so yeah, for this part, I'm using this for a clip because I genuinely do have this fan base is a little chaotic, and I genuinely have experienced some very toxic behavior from um some of Dream's friends, and Dream, I do not at all you are not in there at all, and don't be anxious. It's not even that big of a deal. I chose not to speak about it online because it's just not that big of a deal, and I just let it go. But it was um um, it was a malicious attempt from one of your friends, and I don't know if this other person was involved in as well, but it was kind of a setup to try and humiliate me. Um, and yeah, it was quite upsetting. So if I would like to talk about that just to discuss. I'd plan to like in the future once I had actually more followers, but if if we have the opportunity, it'd be nice to discuss it because this person has multiple times like kind of pretended to be my friends and then set me up for yeah, just to try and humiliate me. Just not really for any reason other than I don't want to give it away because I don't want to actually like say who she is. I don't want to direct any hate to her, but I would prefer to I would prefer to discuss it privately if you're able to. If you're able to. Anyways, yeah.
No, no, you know, at this point, will not want to believe or hear anything that I have to say. Um, but I'm not this horrible person that will bite your head off. I would love to talk about anything at all, any misunderstanding, any disagreements, anything. And I'm not, again, this is not about this specifically. This is just in general, because I had no idea, and it's horrible of me to think that people thought for there was a lot of people for almost 8 months that were sitting there thinking that and being very hypercritical of me, without me having any idea what what uh, what for, essentially. And I of course I would have wanted to hear any of this or anything at all at the moment that I could have at all. um, and I know, and that what Katie said in her post saying them, um, it's like, please, 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 if you have had a negative experience with any of my friends, or if you have had, or if you have some of that, please don't think that I'm like, I have this like, I don't even know how to describe it, but it is, they tweet like I'm this like evil manipulative mastermind, essentially. And I understand if you have that opinion. I understand that's but
He's trying to be so he's so trying to be understanding, but it is really ridiculous for them to assume he is some sort of master. Juri is just a person. He's not even that old. He's like kind of still a kid. I mean, he doesn't. He's not. He's not the fucking devil. Oh my god! Like people are so ridiculous. Like, anything. It's it's so important to remind like that anyone you look up to is just a person who makes mistakes. Um, and I think he discusses this a bit later, but I'm just gonna say it now. Like I Dream kind of seems to keep like he keeps falling for it, and it is kind of like a gaslighting technique. And I don't really want to say much about it because like George is aware of it, and it's it's kind of like a private thing. You're not really supposed to share it, because then everybody will try to exploit it. But I don't think you guys fully realize what it is and what the solution is. And I know exactly what the solution is. You people stop like acting so extreme towards you guys and like switching so fast. And I would love to share it with you. I just have not had the opportunity to like talk to you like that. Like I've talked to you in person a few times during, but I did not. You seem very stressed and very worried, and I don't want to like contribute to that. So I've tried to wait, but you seem very distressed by this, genuinely, and I I know the solution. So I'd love to share it with you if you were willing to talk. I tried to clip this and see if I can get it seen by you. It's
I'm a
okay.
human being. I am a human being that I will listen to you. I will talk to you. I don't know where I feel like anytime anyone has had a problem with me or had an experience in the past, any creator that's ever known me will say, I talk, I will message you, I will reply, I will have a conversation openly about anything at all whatsoever.
I wish I
Um,
I think earlier I hadn't messaged before. I haven't bothered trying to message him because there was something in his bio saying like I don't know if it's from a different account. He's got a lot of accounts saying Dream doesn't check his DMs, so I didn't bother DMing him. I'll try it this time, or if not, I'll just try like tweeting at him.
and it hurts me to even think about the fact that uh, you know uh, that she was afraid, that Katie was afraid to say something to me. That hurts me. That hurts me a lot, and that is my fault as well. So I am sorry, Katie. I am sorry that you felt that I was not
Gaslighting you.
approachable enough for you to express
Jesus Christ.
your feelings or your pain or um, what happened. Um, anyway,
I mean, yeah,
uh,
he's kind of he's definitely not as autistic as like Christian, but it reminds me a little bit of Christian. People just kind of fuck with him just because they know they can, and they force him to do awful shit or guilt trip him into thinking he's like horrific, and then suddenly when he actually makes a like mistake that was kind of influenced by all the manipulation, it's it's awful. I mean, what Christian did was fucked up. And that's yeah, that was really fucked up. But they people are very. I mean, I know you like to see the good in people, but people can be very sadistic sometimes, and it's often a lot of, especially a lot of young people, because they have something going on in their life that they're unhappy about, and the displacement with is which is like the most basic animalistic way of coping with it by spewing the hate onto someone else to make themselves feel better. And you kind of you get to be the target, and that's not fair. Um, so,
so of course, just to share, I made a Reddit post. I've taken it down now. But that was after I talked to George. I, had
oh yeah, there's a, like the bio thing, another discredit for the bio thing. Mine, I don't even have my credit. I'm 21. I swear I changed it, but I guess it didn't change. Like your bio is not really a great reference for your age. People lie about their age all the time in their bios, so that point of Katie's is irrelevant. I just wanted to add that.
gone through everything about my recollection of everything, and of course, uh, in hindsight, the perspective of let me just collect my thoughts quickly. Sorry. And this isn't scripted or anything. I don't really have a plan of what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get everything that I have to say out there. Um, I guess I'll just kind of break it down. Break down that post. I have to remember what I said exactly now, but I started off by saying that I thought that from my memory that George's recollection of events was closer to the events than what Katie had said.
And I agree
I
with
think
all the
now having
discrepancies in her stories that that's the more likely thing. Uh,
seen her secondary post, that I understand why that was. And that had nothing to do with, and I never said it originally. I never accused any dishonesty or anything, but that had nothing to do with what my thought process, again, being under the mindset that there was a lot of people, especially surrounding her, that really did have very, very negative opinions of me, and I had no, and of course had expressed things negatively in the past, and I tried to have conversations with people about it, and I never got any answers. I was just under the assumption, okay, there's people, they hate me, they have no reason why they hate me, and they just, they do things, they do whatever they want, and they just hate me. And so I just understand that I'm operating under that assumption. And so in seeing that, in seeing listening to or reading the details of that night, um, uh, there was certain things that she left out, or there were certain things that she didn't mention, that I understand now why she didn't. But at the time, it felt like under the impression I was under before, under that impression, it felt like, oh well, this is someone that is surrounded by people that don't like me, don't like George, that are morphing things in a way that make it negative towards me, because that's kind of what you do when you're around friends. If you're around friends that have this negative opinion, you're saying, oh, sure, you're kind of going along with it.
yes, that was that was correct. Originally, I don't. People seem to have convinced you otherwise, but yes, that is correct. Um, and I think perhaps maybe women do that a bit more than men, like kind of um, listen to their friends and form groups like as a sort of, and tend to think more as a collective. But yes, that was that. Don't don't doubt yourself so much, Dream. You're not stupid. You're, you're too nice sometimes. Like you're too. You give people the benefit of the doubt sometimes too much. I used to do that as well, and I realized it was fucking me over. Trying like not judging people, and you do have to judge people a little bit because there are some bad people out there who want to act maliciously towards you.
Now, that was a horrible assumption to make. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I made that assumption. I hope that anyone can understand after you know the months of I guess negative press, I almost want to say, that I've received before any of this, obviously, that I was operating under that assumption. Um, so that's why I said that. I don't agree with that now. I think that everything that Katie said in her most recent post, well, I don't know about everything. I said the them thing earlier that I hope I can have clarification on. But everything else in her post, I agree with. I think that it seems like her recollection of things that she shared is very accurate, and it filled in a lot of the gaps for my understanding before, and also introduced new things that I had no idea about at all. The first thing that I want to talk about as well is that one of the things that contributed to my thoughts that I put into my Reddit post, which involved, I mentioned, first of all, I mentioned a creator from the Dream SMP prior. I didn't mention them by name, but I did mention
I
that
didn't see
person
the
was in the
Reddit
lobby when this
post.
happened, and that was another reason that we had perceived things slightly differently, is because of that, having that person involved, and I had a negative view of that person's opinion of me and of their intentions with me, because they had, from my perspective at that point, had shared a lie about me to many people. Now this person reached out to me and they clarified this, and it turns out to be a misunderstanding. They hadn't meant to spread any lie or anything or be malicious or anything. It was just.
It wasn't a misunderstanding. They're lying to you. They said something malicious about you. It's spread lies about you, and then they're going to be like, oh no, no, I didn't mean it, because they know you'll believe it. Stop falling for it. I know it's not your fault. You're like that. I mean, but I just want to make sure you know that you're not like insane or anything for thinking that. That's what's actually happening.
Just like, I guess somewhere along the lines, someone misunderstood something, and then it ended up being spread that I did something that I didn't. And so they cleared that up, and that instant when that was happening, when they reached out to me, I instantly had a bit of a perspective shift, because that was contributed largely to why I had my mindset that I did. And then secondly, the fact that she had shared her feelings of discomfort the next day, seeing that obviously massively shifted my thought process as well, because again, I was under the impression of thinking there's a lot of people that don't like me for no reason. She's friends with these people, and that's why she could be being she could be recounting things differently. Again, just want to clarify so I can repeat myself as much as I can. None of what I'm saying at all is in counter to anything Katie said. Nothing that I've said is an argument or disagreeing in any way whatsoever. I think that Katie deserves all the support that you can give her. Everything that I'm talking about and that I will continue to talk about is just purely for perspective and understanding. And I think that it's very important for things like this that we discuss, because I think that things like this need to be prevented in the future. And I think that this is part of that. I think that I need to share my full perspective. I need to share my understandings. That way everyone can have a better understanding. So please, 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 please do not take any of this as me trying to make excuses for anybody, including myself. This is just to understand each other. So anyway, so back to that. I mentioned in my Reddit post, I talk about consent, and I talk about nonverbal consent. I just want to clarify something. Consent must be explicit. Yes, you can have nonverbal consent, like I mentioned, but all consent must be explicit consent. Must be
dude,
extremely obvious
stop.
consent. There's not a, oh, well, I think that this person consented. No, it's either explicit consent or no consent.
Stop caving to what your underage fans are like demanding. Stop doing that. You've got to stop that. It's never going to turn out well for you, because they're not rational. They're they're acting like a mob. They're obviously not rational. Stop caving to them. I know it's not your fault. I'm not blaming you at all, but just so you know, it's only going to keep hurting you. You're only going to keep feeling worse if you do that.
Now, when I was writing this, of course, I'm thinking from my perspective of my experiences with consent. I have experienced nonverbal consent through people, whether they're moving your hand to them, or they're kissing you, or they're doing something without saying, hey, can I do this? But also, all those experiences have been with being in a relationship, or being with somebody that you've already been with, many times, or and that is different. And I did not think about that or really acknowledge that. And so this is just me acknowledging that.
Oh, sorry, what well, Jane didn't really do anything this time. It's George that's being accused of sexual assault. For putting his hand around a girl's waist. And I think it's ridiculous, because everybody's playing along with it. Yeah, it's it's been a while. Sorry, stream's been so long. After this, I'll tell my last story and tell my final statements, and then I'll be done. But he absolutely did not. He did not deserve the hate he got. He got accused. I say wrongly accused, and got death threats for it. What's up with these Minecraft streamers? And yeah, that's the thing. It's a whole like crazy thing, and God, I absolutely need to talk to Dream about this, because I don't think he knows it. He's messing it up. But they're not trying to be malicious. They're just kind of guys who play video games, and people idolize them, put them to hold them to these really high standards, and then when they make a slight mistake, they get really upset with him, and especially because they're men. They don't do that as much to women. It's women get a lot of lenience, and I'm admitting that as a woman. So I just want to stand up for for people who I feel like they're not allowed to speak up, or they'll just get ignored or hated on.
And recognizing that I didn't process that. Someone that I was talking to about this yesterday, before Katie's second post, they asked me. They said, "Oh, well, would you have done what George did?" And I said no. And
You and
they,
George
of course, the next
aren't
logical
the
question
same
is, well, why?
person.
And
That's why.
me answering that question very much changed.
This is the part I really hate, because I did listen to this before, because it is, yeah, I agree with that. Oh, yeah, I like your username, by the way. Tired and need to sleep. Me too. I shouldn't have streamed so late. But him and George are not the same person. They wouldn't have done the same thing. I don't know why they're expected to. These girls are treating them like they're all the same person.
Changed my perspective as well, because I thought about it and I thought, well, I think that for the same reason that I was in the room and I wasn't thinking about sexual things or thinking about ages or anything, because we were just all hanging out. I would not have at all expected. I don't know this person. I don't know this person's body language. I don't know this person's relationship with me or with
Oh yes, that's the messed up part about this last part of the recording is that this is such a it is such a fucked up scenario to put somebody in, to essentially force Dream to choose between betraying his, or like turning on his best friend that he knows is innocent, and did not sexually assault somebody, and or losing his entire platform basically. It's such a hard decision, and everyone else has turned on George. But I've seen, I think, I like your voice. Oh, thank you so much. Um, yeah, everyone else is pretty much turned on him, and I feel awful about that. Like everyone that seemed to be his friend, like Hannah turned on him. I think, yeah, even Satnap turned and just put the statement up, support victims, and didn't speak about it. Clay is like the only one left who is struggling to defend his friend, and I actually really admire him for that.
anything at all, and I would have felt uncomfortable doing anything. And I thought about it, and I thought I would have. And why would I have felt uncomfortable? I would have felt uncomfortable because I would have thought, what if this person doesn't like this? And I would never want to do that. So I wouldn't unless I was 100% sure on what I knew. I wouldn't, and I wouldn't ever be 100% sure in that situation. So that obviously made me rethink how I was thinking about the specifics of the situation. Now,
Didn't Satnap or whatever his name is have the same
sorry,
allegation?
I'm just collecting my thoughts.
I think all I think everyone in the Minecraft community has ended up having some sort of allegations against them at some point. Because it's just it's a very strange community. I'm not fully in it, but I mostly am. There's more than like anything else really, I guess. But probably, yeah, I'm sure he had some allegations at some point. I think pretty much everyone has, because it's kind of like a targeted thing. All of the the male creators in the Minecraft community end up getting um some sort of accusation, because it's inevitable they're gonna make a mistake, and maybe it's just an innocent mistake, but it'll get blown out of proportion but George's was really severe, and that's why I'm talking about it. It seems targeted. I can't even lie. It is targeted. It's that's why I spoke about it because it's targeted against men, and nobody's gonna care if men say it. Like, so I just figured a woman should say it because I do see it, and yeah, I'd want somebody to speak up for me. George's was really unfair. It was very extreme. They were telling him they were telling him to end his own life. Like a lot of people, just because a girl he put his hand around a girl's waist that he was cuddling with at a party, which I think is insane. And yeah. And the other chick said she was abused because he was fighting her. Oh yeah, Wilbur in Shelby. That was a whole situation. I I feel a little bit different about that. Like that was a violation of consent because I consider like biting more of a BDSM thing, and that's really important in the BDSM community to respect the safe word, and he did. I think he like continued biting her even after she said stop. Um, we probably thought it was hard. I mean, he probably did. The problem with them, though, the problem with their relationship, I didn't really mean to go into their relationship, was that she was asexual, or she is asexual, and Will was not. So he's like sexually frustrated, and he's trying to stay faithful to this girl, but without having sex with her, and it's just building up as like sexual frustration, and he bit her too hard, and yeah, he shouldn't have done that, but as well, he shouldn't have. I think that the biting was like the most sexual thing he could get to do. Or maybe biting fetish. Yeah, I think it is like it's a bit of fetish. I mean, everyone has their own fetishes. Sorry, all of that. It's I think hers was a little more valid than uh a lot more valid than Katie's. She's the one who accused George, but I still don't think Wilbur should have gotten as much hate as he did for that. I didn't really look too much into that situation, but I think that was quite extreme as well. And it only got more extreme with George's situation, and it's only going to continue to get more extreme unless people talk about it. So I figured I might as well. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I don't shame anyone for having fetishes. Everyone has their fetishes.
I think that, and just to be again, I'm being completely honest. I have no script. I have no plan of what I'm saying. I'm just going to say what I'm genuinely thinking. I do not think that George is a bad person. I do not think that George was sitting there thinking, oh, she's not going to like this, or oh, anything. I think that he did something fucked up. I think that what happened was fucked up. I think that it was.
I disagree with that. I agree with the first part. Like, George was not trying to do anything awful. He was just trying to flirt with women. Like, I mean, most men are. It's crazy now the way it is. Like, you can be accused of like sexual assault for looking at a woman in a gym or just like existing around her. It's gotten so ridiculous. I think it's stupid, and I don't blame him. George ain't done nothing. Yeah, he really did not do anything that can be considered sexual assault. He they were at a party together. Uh, she in the moment was um yeah, she in the moment she was like fine with it, and they were both drunk, but all he did was he put his hand like around her waist underneath the shirt, didn't grope her like breast or anything, and he like tickled her at one point, and that's it. And she's saying that's like such an extreme sexual like violation, but that is so disrespectful to actual victims of sexual assault, and it's not fair to George. It's he George did not do anything wrong. I stand by that. He did nothing wrong.
Was terrible. And I think that I feel terrible for any involvement that I had, and I feel terrible for Katie. It is a terrible situation. It is a terrible thing, the pain that she feels.
You made an essay, but kind of weird. I mean, yeah, it's always kind of weird, like trying to like flirt with someone and see if you are compatible with this person. It's always fucking awkward because you never know if you're gonna get rejected. And if you do, sometimes you get really angry and resentful, and that might have been what happened. It's just doesn't really reject people like that, but the way he is kind of it seems like he's rejecting people because he's just not paying attention. But it's yeah, they were telling him to like die for that. They wanted him to end his own life for that on Twitter at least. Very the majority of people, all his friends turned against him, didn't believe him, and I don't think that's a fitting punishment for just being kind of weird.
Feels, and there's nothing that I can do to change that. There's nothing that George can do to change that, and that's fucked up. That is incredibly fucked up, and sad and terrible and scary, and that's something that again I don't want to speak for George, so I won't. I'm sure he has what he wants to say, and he will say it. Um, but I left that night thinking that everything was a great experience and everything was I had so much fun with new friends and old friends, and it's terrible thinking about looking back and knowing that someone else left it with not that same experience.
Like he is actually
And
crying
I
over
wish
this.
that
He
I had known
actually
that.
feels
I wish that
bad.
I knew that then in that moment. Um, I think that
It is so difficult for men to cry on camera. There's so much pressure for them not to. And the fact that he's doing that really shows me that he's
I'm sorry.
in a lot of emotional pain. And he has no choice but to kind of turn on his friend. There's nothing else he can do.
I know there's a lot of people
This
that
guy cries every
think that
20 minutes.
I'm
Yeah,
so
he does a
calculated.
lot. I talked about it a bit before you got here, but let's be real. Yeah, I definitely want to talk to him to explain because he definitely seems to not really understand um what keeps happening, and he keeps like letting people gaslight him, and he generally does feel really bad because he thinks he's done something wrong, but I don't know. I guess it's not his fault for being autistic or whatever. I can't blame him for that.
Everything that I do is so planned out.
But I mean, as well, it's like no one would judge a girl for crying this much, but when it's a guy, then it's suddenly like nobody cares. And that's just the double standard I hate so much.
And that I'm just I think right now that I'm being manipulative and I'm trying to I care about just my image or but I care. Sorry. I care about people and I want people to talk to me if they have anything, any problem,
I think he just sounds at this bit.
with anyone, including myself. I never want to hurt anybody. I never want to do bad. I never want to do evil. I never want to contribute to anyone's life in a negative way. And I'm sorry.
And to be fair, yeah, he's been through a lot these last years with crying all the time in front of people. It gives more space for others to bash you. You're vulnerable, easy targets. But hey, that's just my opinion. You know, I think you're right. I mean, that's why I tend I tend to not cry on camera, even though it would be socially permissible for me to do so. Just for being a woman, it just doesn't feel right. Um, and yeah, it does give more space for others to bash you, and that's kind of I would like to explain to him. Um, and yeah, you're absolutely right. That's why he gets so much hate, because people can recognize when you're an easy target, and they will target you. And saying men don't need to cry, but maybe not in front of millions. Yeah, I do think it's best he probably doesn't share as much with his fans. I know it's hard to do that, but when you genuinely want to have a relationship with your your fans, but when it's when you're that popular, sometimes it doesn't work out. So yeah, I agree with you. I think you're right.
I just want to reiterate that, and I final what I'm just to say because I feel it necessary to say because it is what I believe and it is how I feel.
Thank you so much for following.
I think that George left that night feeling the same way that I did, and I think that that's just as fucked up as the fact that I didn't know. I think that the problem lies in that um, George didn't know, and he should have known.
He shouldn't have though. That's the thing. It's manipulates him into. He's the only one left to stand up for Jordan. I mean, I'll still do it, but it's please don't turn on him. Don't like he's he didn't mean it like that. It's I know it's a hard situation, but fuck, man, I don't know. Please just fucking talk to me so we can fix this. I can help fix this.
He should have known,
Let's see.
and I think that's something that he has to accept and reflect on himself, and realize. I think that he has stuff to say that he will. I don't know exactly what it will be or what he'll say. Um, I love George. I think that obviously he's been my best friend for a very long time. And that doesn't matter in the context of the situation. I'm only saying that to give perspective into I'm just saying that. That's it. I guess I probably missed things. I didn't write anything down. I probably should have. Yeah, I don't know what else I can really add. This isn't about me. This is about Katie. So I guess I'll reiterate. I'm sorry, Katie. I really am. That's it.
Okay, yeah, so that's the last of the space. Right, full screen. Oh god, I've been going for 4 hours. I'm so sorry. This is like an abhorrent time of the night to be straight. Uh, yeah, it was quite sad at the end. I did not want to cry on stream because I don't like to do that, but it it really did like kind of get to me hearing him struggle with that because he is generally fighting with his consciousness of whether to turn on your friend or not. It's it's not fair. It's I don't know if I'll just go over my points and then tell the story I had to kind of contrast to what Katie is saying, just as my last point. Um, let's see, did I have everything? Yeah, I think I addressed all that. Um, yeah, I really truly think like Katie has I don't know how malicious she has been, how much she is aware of the harm she caused, but or how much she knew beforehand. And I want to be honest and give her the benefit of the doubt. Is she famous? Somewhat. I think her username is Caitlin's Creepo. I don't know how to spell it. Oh no, it's Katie Bugs. Um, yeah, it's Katie Bugs spelled. I'll type it in chat. Her famous number. On Twitter, she's gotten a lot more now that she's now that she's accused Georgia of this. It got her a lot of attention. She's now got 128,000 followers on Twitter and let's see, Twitch. Yeah, on Twitch she's got 208,000 followers. So pretty good big content creator. Um I think she's been creating content for a few years, but yeah, looking for cloud 100%. I definitely agree with that. It's very controversial, and I I, I feel like I'm generally gonna get a lot of hate for this, but it's just I feel like it's the right thing to do to just at least stand up um, for someone. Uh, oh, oh, wait, my monitor's gonna turn off. So yes, sorry, just thank you for staying so long. I I did want to earlier. I mean, it have happened before. It's gonna happen again. Like near here. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if it's a never-ending cycle. It is always gonna be group dynamics between race, sex, like nationality, all these stupid groups. It's never gonna stop. But I at least would like if I can to prevent anyone from at the very least dying from from this stuff because historically people have died, and I'm not okay with that. And people only realize it once a person's already dead. I want to make sure it is prevented before somebody actually dies. Like that one TikToker. Oh yeah, I'm not familiar with TikTok. I don't use that much because it's, oh god, it seems kind of toxic to me. But I'm sure it probably has. I don't. If you know the name, let me know because I'm kind of curious to know. But yeah, as my last thing, there's a lot of um group sort of fighting, and there is a big one between men and women right now. And I guess I'm kind of a fucking feral child. You got falsely accused that he was a pedo. It turns out not to be the truth. He offed himself. That's yeah. Would you mind sending me his name? That's really upsetting. I mean, I didn't know that guy, but that's awful. That someone can be shamed so much that they would end their own life over an accusation. But I don't know. Everyone on Twitter is telling their stories anyway, so I suppose I'll go ahead and tell a story of what men are actually like, just so I suppose just for Caitlin and anybody else. Oh, sorry. Um, it's a bit of a long story, so I'll sum it up. I'll probably tell the entire thing like some other time, but I think that this. Oh yeah, sorry. I think he. Oh, he's called Inquisitor. By the way, got so bad he did it on live. Oh my god, that's terrible. I'm gonna look into that off stream, but that's exactly what I mean. That's the thing I'm trying to prevent. I don't want that to happen to anybody. Um, let's see. Jeez, I don't know if you're still here. God, I hate telling a story. I've never. I don't think I've messed up shit, but hey, that's life. It is, yeah. It's it happens, but if you know about it, I think it's better to at least try to do something about it. But it sometimes it's inevitable. Um, yeah. So my point was that I think a lot of women. I learned this a long time ago, and I kind of hate myself for it. But most women are not aware of how physically like strong men are compared to them. Like they know men are stronger than them, but they don't understand the extent of how much of a physical advantage they have. Um, I I can find this study somewhere, but if needed, but I believe it's at 15-year-old is the age at which uh schoolboys are able to, the average at least, that is the age at which they are able to outcompete trained Olympic women athletes, 15-year-old boys, uh, and I think a lot of men have come to have at some point in their life, maybe not yet, but old, not really. Yeah, it's really bad. I don't. A lot of people. men are extremely like strong biologically compared to women. Like most women can't even do one pull up, but most men could probably do quite a few. It's more equivalent to like what like there's so much media and everything just kind of or like video game characters depicting women as just like having the exact same strength as men. I think it gives someone kind of this false illusion that oh yeah they could take men in a fight, but when it actually comes to it, most of the time they don't stand a chance. I do fairly well because I am just a fairly large person, um, and I train as well. But even so, even with the extreme amount of training I do, at most I am is average. I I I could maybe match an average man, and I've worked extremely hard. Sometimes yeah. Oh, a lot of people um, but yeah, I think you missed this part. Caitlyn, yeah, she was like crying on stream about how she was sexually assaulted, and this was such a violation. It was the first time she'd been touched because Georgia put his hand around her waist, and I don't want to. I genuinely do not like to be considered a victim because I fought so hard not to be a victim, and I've not been like sexually assaulted, and I'm talking about murder. Um, I fought very hard to not be a victim of murder, but regardless, I guess still technically a victim of attempted murder, and I have experienced fighting one to one with a man, experienced fighting multiple men at once, and it is absolutely insane. I don't think I'll tell the entire story now, but I think I've posted it on Reddit somewhere with an anonymous account. I only won because he was a dumbass, and but it was pretty close. I came pretty close to dying, and yeah, that guy he knows exactly what he's doing when he tried to choke me to death, when he smashed my head into a car door, when he tried to suffocate me, and it was a fucked up situation. I hope to in the future bring more awareness to the problem of the troubled teen industry, but I was kind of like sold into that by my parents, and that's what happened. So I was trapped in a van with this guy after a lot of stuff, and a lot of other stuff happened, and fighting one to one with him, and yeah, I only won because he was stupid, and I was kind of able to outsmart him and escape, and just because I was willing to say no, and I was willing to die for my freedom, and I don't think everybody should be like that, but it I probably I think I have an undiagnosed concussion from that. Um, I yeah, I have PTSD from that. I don't go around talking about it usually. I'm using it to prove a point this time because yeah, I was with that guy for 6 hours, him beating the fuck out of me. Um, and he knew exactly what he was doing. And meanwhile, Caitlin was in a room alone with multiple men. 6 hours. Yeah, it was absolutely mad. I really should tell it one day. I don't know. I just expect nobody to care because nobody really did in the moment. But it's a crazy story. Maybe I'll tell it another time on Twitch or YouTube or something. But yeah, it's I don't want to be considered a victim, but regardless of the, you still could like someone would still consider me as one. That's that's really I don't want to use anybody else's story. That's why I'm using mine. That is what men are capable of. If extreme violence, they they can kill you. They are fully capable of killing you if they want to. And most women don't understand that a man could kill them with one punch. You should be looking at men like a man would look at a silverback gorilla. That is like the strength difference. And don't moving from it and leaving the past. I respect that a lot. Thank you. I worked very hard to move on from it, and it doesn't really. I don't really think about it much anymore. I just try to move on with my life. Um, yeah, I just want to know that I might end up telling the full story just so people understand, but that is what bad men do if they have the option to do whatever they want. Because there was no consequences for him. He did not get in trouble for that. She was alone in a room with these men, and the most they did, the most one of them did, was put his hand around her waist when he thought she was having fun, and she seemed to be having fun. That just tells me like they have the power, they have the strength, they have the power, the influence to do whatever they want to her, and that's all they did. That tells me that they're not bad people. They and just for George, I don't know if you're gonna see this, but I am genuinely sorry that you had to go through that. I'm all that harassment. I'm I know how extremely traumatizing that was in the moment and probably still is, and I don't know how to say that. I'm so sorry, and you did not deserve that. Um, I really think George is more of the victim because of all this harassment. Because what if a woman was bullied like that? People would lose their minds. They would be extremely upset. But biased because in that nobody cares. But it's not fair. It's not fair. And as for Caitlyn, that was extremely irresponsible of her to just blatantly put out that accusation and then sit back and watch as basically did the equivalent of a virtual lynch mob, doxing him, trying everything, like just everybody collectively using their power, or everybody collectively trying to do harm to him or make him just hate himself or feel bad or whatever, when it wasn't like that. And anybody with any common sense knows that can see that that was not sexual assault. George is not guilty of that. And really, I do not think. I think that much responsibility and that much harm she could have possibly caused, Caitlyn does not deserve to have a platform. If she, maybe she learns from that, but it's not up to me. I don't have that much influence. There's not not really anything I can do. It's if people listen, they listen. But yeah, Caitlin, I don't support you. I don't think you're a victim. I think you. Sorry, headphones again. Yeah, like I said, Caitlin, I do not support you because I don't think you're a victim. And I think you're a disgrace to actual victims of sexual assault. You're you won't like belittling their experiences, but being dramatic about that. You need to grow up and get some experience before you go around flinging accusations. You cannot, you can't just do that. That's very dangerous and irresponsible. And anyone who said that stuff to George should be fucking ashamed of themselves. Because how would you like that if somebody said that to you? It just all of a sudden decided you were guilty without any evidence just because of someone's word. How would you feel? It's the situation is fucked up. I just wanted to talk about it. Um, yeah, thank you everyone who came. I I've gone on way too long. This is way too late. I think I'll post some clips from this tomorrow, but for now, I know I need to sleep as well. Thank you, Chad, for thank you, Tide, for coming in into my stream. I know it's it's really late. I appreciate at least somebody listening, and yes, the VOD will be posted. I will not be deleting this. I will not be taking back anything I said. I stand by everything I said. Kaylin, you're not a victim. George is the victim, and you should fucking apologize. Everyone should apologize for saying that shit to him because that's fucked up, and you should never say that to anybody. It's all good. I kind of vibe with this. That's awesome. I hope I can see you return in the future. I'm usually do not do reaction stuff like this. This was my first time. It's just kind of an impulse thing. I usually play video games, usually like Minecraft or Lethal Company. But yeah, I hope to see you again in the future. And thanks for chatting with me. I appreciate it. Have a good night. I'll hope to see you another time. Bye now.